Chapter 1192. Ah! The golden crow saint roared in pain and struggled violently. His golden wings had been pierced through and blood rained down. An ancient saint had almost been killed and was gravely injured. It had to be said that this was quite shocking. One had to know that his opponent was only a Dao severer. The black arrow flew into the distance with a mist of blood lingering around it. A powerful domain shook as the arrow tore the sky and split the earth. The ancient golden crow turned into human form with an ashen face. His left forearm had been blasted open and a large hole had appeared. White bone fragments could be seen and blood was dripping down. It was quite a frightening sight. "I've actually been injured by you." A fierce power quickly spread along his arm, destroying his golden crow saint power and cutting away a large amount of vitality. The majestic arrow intent was terrifying. Swoosh! Yi Fan spread his arms. There was no bow in his hand, but his heart was filled with the intent to destroy the world. The longbow formed from energy shot out a second black arrow towards the golden crow saint. It was as fast as a black bolt of lightning as it streaked across the sky. The golden crow saint flapped his wings lightly and rays of light shot out. He retreated hundreds of miles at an extremely fast speed. However, the black arrow didn't stop. It changed directions and didn't stop until it hit its target. It brought with it a large area of black lightning and a majestic killing intent. "What, this is a Dao arrow specially made to deal with my golden crow race." The other ancient golden crow revealed a serious expression. He immediately attacked to kill Yi Fan. Golden feathers flew out and 100,000 feather swords fell together, shattering the space. Buzz! Chaotic chi surged behind Yi Fan. The five-colored divine light covered the sun and turned into 5 treasured swords. The chaotic sword chi swept out and blocked the 100,000 feather swords in front of him. This was a battle of sword intent. Yi Fan didn't have the power of a saint, but he could use the ancient saint war tools and borrow the power of the ancient god's secret power seed to attack. Swoosh! At the same time, Yi Fan summoned the 2 black Dao arrows back and shattered the feather swords to defend himself. "It's him," he left behind the black arrow. The other golden crow cried out above the fire cloud formed by the essence of solar fire. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked very miserable. It was because when the second black arrow was shot out just now, it also broke through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and shattering a piece of sacred bone. It was a tragic sight to behold. Even the powerful ancient sage of the Golden Crow tribe, who had become a sage more than 1,000 years ago, was still reduced to such a sorry state. His bones had been shattered at the spot where he had been struck by the black arrow. From this, one could imagine just how powerful the black arrow was. With the black arrow standing in front of him, Yi Fan felt a little more confident. Otherwise, the pressure of facing 2 ancient sages would be too great. While he had a powerful mecha, it was not his own strength, so there was no guarantee that he would be able to withstand their attacks at the crucial moment. The 2 gold crows gathered together, their faces dark and gloomy. Their eyes were shining brightly as they gazed at the 2 arrows beside him. Not to mention them, even Yi Fan himself had sensed something different. He had sensed a soaring killing intent from these 2 ancient arrows. Great Yi, it's the Great Yi Dao arrow from ancient times. It was infused with his essence, energy, spirit, and murderous intent. It was forged to target the saint of our Golden Crow tribe. One of the gold crows cried out, revealing an expression of disbelief. They came from the Huasong star, which was an ancient and vast country belonging to the Golden Crows. There were divine flames and precious trees everywhere. The Golden Crows could split the sky, and there were only a few of them from other races. Since ancient times, no one had been able to compete with this race. In ancient times, a quasi-emperor appeared in this race. He had 10 princes, and in order to find a place of immortality, he once went on an expedition to an ancient source of life. In the end, 9 of his princes died in the hands of a man named Great E. The legends of the past and the terrible disaster caused the veins on the foreheads of the 2 Golden Crow saints to bulge. Their expressions were extremely cold. The quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow tribe destroyed 9 similar black arrows and brought the fragments back to the ancient Hwasong star. Many Golden Crows had seen and felt it. "Tell me, how did you get this kind of Dao arrow? What's your relationship with Great E?" An ancient Golden Crow roared. The other ancient Golden Crow tried his best to operate his Xian Qi to separate the murderous intent from his body. He finally stabilized his injury and successfully healed his body. It's not the real ancient black Dao arrow, but it's definitely made by Great E. It is infused with part of his essence, energy, and spirit. It's a demonic weapon that can kill our race. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. The ancient hero Great E shot the sun and left behind an immortal legend. In the end, he bled and died in the hands of the supreme quasi-emperor. It was a sad story. I thought you're just a human with a holy body. I didn't expect you to have the weapon of Great E. We can't let you live. We'll take your life no matter what. The blood of the princes of the Golden Crow tribe is not for nothing. Everything about Great E must be destroyed. The 2 ancient Golden Crows said coldly. They could imagine what kind of praise they would receive if they killed Yi Fan and brought the 2 black arrows back to the Hwasong star. Buzz! The 2 ancient Golden Crows disappeared and turned into the laws of heaven and earth. Only the terrifying Golden Crow divine light appeared and attacked forward from time to time. A saint was omnipotent and omnipresent. When a saint cast aside everything else and made up his mind to kill, everyone would tremble. At this moment, the 2 ancient Golden Crows no longer treated Yi Fan as an ordinary Dao cutter. Their murderous intent was enough to destroy the world. Yi Fan frowned and took out 2 black Dao arrows. He defended himself from all directions and attacked from time to time. He had no chance of winning against the 2 powerful Golden Crow ancient saints. If he didn't have the black arrows, he would have died. That was because he had yet to become a saint. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came. Inside the blazing sun, the heavenly essence fire rose to the sky. Yi Tong sat in the flames and comprehended. 9 golden leaves flew over and surrounded him. They flowed with auspicious radiance and the aura of an ancient emperor pervaded the air. 9 mulberry divine leaves with immortal marks on them. Take them quickly. The 2 ancient Golden Crows glanced at each other. They wanted to give up on Yi Fan and rush over to grab the 9 leaves. They were afraid that Yi Tong would absorb the imprints on them. At this point, they didn't want to take Yi Tong as a disciple at all. They had already decided that he would be a furnace. It didn't matter if he could break through or not. What mattered was to take the imperial scriptures and divine fire source in his body. Yi Fan let out a long whistle. He couldn't let the 2 Golden Crows disturb Yi Tong's comprehension no matter what. He couldn't be disturbed at this crucial moment. He didn't hesitate to use all his methods. Yi Fan was at a disadvantage, but he was determined to stop the 2 Golden Crow ancient saints and fight them. "Brat, your death is imminent. Let's see how many lives you have. Today, you will be killed by the sun essence fire." The 2 Golden Crows said coldly. They were truly enraged and had endless methods. Saint laws surged and destroyed everything. The sky was shattered beyond recognition. "Master, I'm fine. You can come over. The mulberry divine leaf can defend." Yi Tong suddenly transmitted his voice. Yi Fan's heart moved. He used the line incantation and the wind speed battery entered the sun essence fire. He stood in front of the 9 mulberry leaves. Golden light flickered as the aura of an ancient emperor permeated the air. Although it wasn't very dense, it was like an awakening emperor weapon, causing everyone to be shocked. The 2 Golden Crows chased until here. Suddenly, their expressions changed. They couldn't break through and couldn't rush over. This is the mulberry leaf scripture left behind by my ancestor. It talks about some of the experiences of cultivating the extreme yang physique, Yi Tong said. Yi Fan was shocked. This was truly a good fortune for Yi Tong. The Sun Saint Emperor had entered this star before. It was most likely something from 1 to 2 million years ago. One could only sigh at the ruthlessness of time. Comprehend it carefully, but don't blindly be led by the predecessors. Yi Fan warned. Yi Tong replied, I know. My ancestor also left behind some words. He said that you can walk the path of the predecessors, but the most important thing is to find the path that suits you. The 2 golden crows were anxious. The 9 mulberry divine leaves were blocking their way. They couldn't rush over and couldn't collect them either. They could only watch helplessly. Ant, do you dare to come out and fight? They shouted at Yi Fan, expressing their anxiety. They were afraid that the imprints on the leaves would disappear and they would all be refined by Yi Tong. Now, you two should enjoy your last moments. I will definitely kill you two in a month. Yi Fan said. 1 month later, he would definitely be able to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid. At that time, his cultivation would reach a new level and he would be able to fight saints. Yi Fan stood in front of the mulberry leaf. He was surrounded by the ancient emperor's aura and didn't need to defend at all. He attacked the 2 golden crows with all his strength. The black arrows tore through the sky like lightning and attacked the sun essence fire. They were extremely powerful and targeted the bloodline of the golden crows. The 2 golden crows were injured one after the other. They were pierced by the black arrows and almost damaged their origin. They roared in anger, but there was nothing they could do. You 2 fire crows, if you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Today, I'll roast pigeons. Yi Fan's words were full of mockery. Junior, I swear I will kill you. The 2 golden crows roared. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the threads of terrifying Emperor Qi on the mulberry leaf. They would be torn to pieces if they got even a little closer. Yi Fan laughed loudly. He gathered his spiritual energy and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the chest of one of the golden crows and exploded its heart. There was a bloody hole that went through the front and back. Saint bones and blood splashed everywhere. Junior, I will remember this debt. I will definitely turn your bones into ashes in the future. The injured golden crow soared into the sky. Pfft. At the same time, the other golden crow also suffered a heavy blow. Yi Fan's body and mind became one. A strand of undying will merged into the Dao arrow and shot outwards. The second golden crow's thigh was blasted apart, blood dripping everywhere. The 2 golden crows were furious, but there was nothing they could do. If they couldn't break through the 9 mulberry divine leaves, everything would be useless. Even though they were furious, they could only back up and stop in the distance. They were full of hatred as they stared forward. Master, I've severed the Dao. Yi Tong's voice sounded. He stood up and opened his eyes. They were deep like the starry sky and flame essence swirled around his body. Kacha. The 9 mulberry leaves were all shattered. 9 types of imprints entered Yi Tong's body, making him look even more heroic and extraordinary. Every inch of his flesh was shining. His entire body was sparkling and dazzling, exceeding the sun. Kill. When the 2 golden crows saw this, they turned into 2 streaks of golden lightning and rushed over. They wanted to kill the master and disciple pair of Yi Fan. However, at this moment, they felt their blood run cold. They immediately retreated because a tribulation comparable to a saint had appeared within the essence flames. Huge lightning descended from the sky and submerged this place. 5 elements: heavenly tribulation, sun god tribulation, primal chaos tribulation, world-shaking divine court tribulation. Large amounts of lightning descended together and swept in all directions. The 2 golden crows were well aware of how terrifying the tribulation was. If they were to resist it, they would also go through the tribulation. Moreover, it was a saint tribulation targeted at them. They broke out in cold sweat and were struck dozens of times. Lightning shot out in all directions, but they finally retreated. Yi Tong stood in the sea of lightning and began to resist the heavenly punishment. He was like a young deity accepting the baptism of the heavens as he bathed in the sea of lightning. This kind of tribulation is too terrifying. Look, an ancient emperor has appeared. 10 heavenly suns have appeared in this star domain. This kind of tribulation is comparable to a saint tribulation. Many people might not be able to survive it. The 2 golden crows felt bitter. They felt their blood run cold and didn't dare to approach. They could only watch as a youth rose up powerfully. Yi Fan nodded and felt gratified. This kind of tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even the great ancient emperors when they were young could not compare to this, right? He stood at the edge of the tribulation and didn't want to disturb Yi Tong. He only watched quietly. The 2 golden crows hid far away, afraid that Yi Tong would use the tribulation to plot against them. How hateful, we can only watch helplessly but can't stop it. What should we do? This is a youth with the talent of an emperor, and his master is even more unfathomable. Is he going to create a miracle since ancient times? Is he going to have one sect with 2 emperors? The 2 golden crows were anxious and full of hidden worries for the future. After several hours, the tribulation still hadn't dispersed. Yi Tong had suffered serious injuries. This kind of tribulation was too terrifying. His body had been shattered dozens of times, but he had withstood it with great difficulty. Finally, after another 2 hours, the sky full of lightning disappeared and the primal chaos dispersed. Endless worldly essence and solar essence surged towards Yi Tong and entered his Tao-severing body. The tribulation was successful. Let's go. Yi Fan appeared, producing a formation platform, opening a realm gate. He pulled Yi Tong inside, and just like that, they crossed over. Where do you think you're going? The 2 golden crows roared, but they were too far away and couldn't stop him. The tribulation just now was too terrifying. They were afraid of being affected by the karma and following the tribulation. Now, they couldn't get close at all. Wash your necks clean. I'll kill you 2 in a month and roast your golden crow meat on the bonfire. Yi Fan's cold words came from the gap of the realm gate that was about to close. The 2 golden crows were furious, but it was too late by the time they arrived. They couldn't stop him. We only found some secrets from the sea of consciousness of the little demon with the extreme yang constitution. We didn't have time to continue before the human race's divine physique arrived. We don't know where the heavenly village is, so how can we seize that great fortune? The 2 golden crows frowned but couldn't do anything. Yi Tong had slashed his Tao. The phenomenon caused by the tribulation really caused a huge commotion in the Big Dipper galaxy. There were ancient saints who charged towards the sun but didn't find anything. In the heavenly village, Yi Fan and the others returned. They were instantly surrounded by many elders. They all knew that the phenomenon was caused by Yi Tong. Senior brother, you're really amazing. No wonder you're on par with me as one of the 2 peerless prodigies. You have my style. The little baldy ran over and hugged his leg. At the same time, he blinked his black gem-like eyes and asked for a gift. Clang! In the distance, the myriad Qi cauldron trembled. Qi Luo opened his eyes and stared at it without blinking. There were all kinds of phenomena circling around the cauldron. Azure dragons, divine phoenixes, flying immortals, vermilion birds, gods, and other lights and shadows gathered and emerged from the walls of the cauldron. Celestial aura enshrouded the cauldron, making it look holy. The 4th stage of the evolution fluid is about to be successfully refined. At this moment, GZ, the sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, and the others all came out of seclusion. Even the large black dog was startled, and he stretched his huge head over. The evolution fluid will definitely be refined in a few days. The era where we can battle saints has arrived. Yi Fan said. Chapter 1193. Winds rose, and mists fluttered about. This was a mysterious small divine world. Flowing springs and divine light flickered about, waterfalls and luan birds dancing about together. It was rumored that this was a small world left behind by an ancient deity. It was obtained by the ancient divine dynasty's people, and then it evolved into their palace. Pill Cliff had strange rocks and strange peaks. Purple energy surged, and strange beasts roamed about. There were also large amounts of verdant mountain ranges that were shrouded in multicolored mists. In the very depths was an expanse of bone structures that were covered in dusky vital light. They were thick, solid, solemn, and dignified. At the same time, they gave off a stifling feeling. This was the human world's ancient palace. Ever since they were established, no one had ever broken through. It represented death, making one feel despair. It was strange and terrifying. An enormous white skeleton rested in front of them. Its several hundred zhang-long vertebrae hadn't decayed even after tens of thousands of years, its radiance still the same. This was an enormous ancient beast. In the past, it was killed here. All of its bones were sawed off to form a palace, and its remaining vertebra was turned into formation banners to protect this place. At the center of these bone structures was the human world's most ancient palace. The gray mists were so thick that they wouldn't disperse. Killing intent crossed the ancient era like strands and threads, becoming tangible as it seeped out. It was actually constructed from the remains of kings and saints. Its scale wasn't large, and compared to those imposing colossal gates, it could be said to be quite small. It couldn't hold many people, but the ancient aura and killing intent was something other buildings couldn't compare to. This was the human world's most sacred ancient palace. The white bones were sparkling and flowing with radiance. If they weren't the withered bones of saints, then they were the skulls of outstanding individuals with special constitutions. They looked extremely strange and terrifying. The world's decaying aura is becoming stronger and stronger. The path of immortality is about to open, and the remnants of the celestial court still exist in this world. It is time to eliminate them completely. A hoarse voice sounded. It was incredibly aged, as if it would stop breathing at any time. The entire bone palace was covered in a gloomy aura. A killing saint emerged from the celestial court, always searching for the location of the small divine world. If we don't get rid of him, there will be a disaster. Another gloomy voice sounded, carrying a type of decaying aura. This was a terrifying palace constructed from bones. Meanwhile, the skin of ancient saints covered the ground like a carpet, releasing bone-piercing radiance. Nothing more than remnant evildoers, long no longer as glorious as before the desolate era, unable to amount to much. I already found out where the village of heaven is. The aged voice said with a sneer. I'll quietly wait for them to successfully refine the evolution fluid and then completely erase it, bringing heaven-defying good fortune to the mortal world and hell. They were actually two killing saints, unknown just how many years they had lived for. They were all skin and bones, eye sockets sunken, hair like weeds, looking like malicious spirits. They were even older than Qi Luo. Their bloodlines were dried up, but their battle prowess was terrifying beyond compare. They used killing to prove their Tao, and they specialized in killing saints. The two patriarchs have been in seclusion for so many years. I wonder if they've made any breakthroughs. If they really do become the great sage, then who in the world will we have to fear? Ancestor Slaughter's flesh is almost dried up, but his cultivation is shocking. Before the heaven and earth changed, he already understood the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, that step is too hard to take. If the outside world heard the discussion between the two killing saints, they would definitely be horrified. The human world and hell were even more terrifying than what people could imagine. It wasn't as simple as just two killing saints overseeing things. As long as Gai Jiuyo doesn't die, the two killing ancestors will feel restraining fear. Above them, there were actually two killing ancestors who could already look down on the common people before the heaven and earth changed. It was just that their lifespans were withered, and under normal circumstances, they wouldn't take action. And it was precisely these two who had chased after the old madman back then. They almost made a move in secret, but in the end, they endured it. The two old ancestors most likely won't take action to destroy the remnants of the celestial court. If we offer up that precious fluid to extend their lifespans, then the old ancestors can relax. Those were two ancient saints who weren't willing to move. They had lived for too long. Guy Jiuyo has lived for too long, but he should be dying soon. Yu Sen's voice reverberated within the ancient divine dynasty's palace. No one in the world can find the divine spirit realm, so we can go slaughter the heavenly village without worry. What extreme yang physique, outstanding heroes, heaven-warping geniuses, etc., they will all become bones piled up in this palace. During these days, the outside world was in chaos. The expeditionary scouting team had gone to the Eternal Lord Star, but there was still no news even after so many days. Meanwhile, the saints from the outer realms would appear from time to time, causing unrest in the Big Dipper star region. A great storm could happen at any time. Suddenly, a terrifying aura engulfed the earth, vast and mighty beyond the sky. Mortals only felt their hearts palpitate, and even though they could sense it, they couldn't see anything. Even the ancient saints' expressions changed. This made even their souls tremble. Something major must have happened. Some people quickly rushed up. The Immortal Ascension Road has opened. On this day, a shocking piece of news arrived from the outer realms, shaking the Big Dipper star region. What? The Immortal Path has appeared, it really exists, and it appeared today. This was undoubtedly explosive news. The saints were restless, and the 10,000 races were in an uproar. Many experts flew towards the outer realms. It came so suddenly that everyone was caught unprepared. Many experts cried out loudly, tore open the void, and rushed to the scene. Why is it in the outer realms, and not on an ancient star? Some people were suspicious, but they couldn't care so much. The opportunity was fleeting, and only by making a decisive decision could they obtain something. This was an explosive day. The Immortal Ascension Road's appearance was almost unbelievable. Is this a rumor or a conspiracy? How could it be like this? Didn't they say it would appear on the Big Dipper star? Even though there were people who still had doubts, they couldn't care so much anymore. They hurried to the scene to seek confirmation, wanting to understand everything. Everyone went crazy. The saints all moved out. Even if they weren't saints, the cultivators of all clans couldn't hold themselves back. They followed the ancestors, their hearts surging. The heavenly village's people were naturally alarmed as well. They hurried towards the outer realms, and even the killing Saint Chi Luo temporarily left the all-life energy cauldron to see what was going on. It really is an immortal gate. Unfortunately, no one can enter. It is constantly changing, appearing and disappearing in outer realms. The cultivators who arrived earlier were discussing excitedly. Yi Fan and the others arrived. After chasing for 2 days, they finally found traces of immortals. That was a faintly discernible immortal gate. It was hazy and auspicious, and not even ancient saints could approach it. Its speed of movement was too fast, as if it was illusory. It pierced through the starry skies in an instant, traversing the past and present in an instant. Did you guys sense it? The dense multicolored light it is releasing is most likely immortal energy. Even saints can't help but want to worship it from so far away. This was a grand occasion. Everyone used all types of methods to get closer. This is a divine gate that is extremely unstable. Where exactly does it lead to? Is there really immortal domain behind it? It went in, someone succeeded. An old saint from Shiking clan entered the immortal gate. Someone cried out loudly, feeling incomparably shocked. A wave of cries of alarm sounded from within the immortal gate. Then, loud laughter sounded. The gate of light quickly disappeared. Everyone erupted with commotion, chasing after its traces. However, they couldn't find it no matter what. 2 days later, the Immortal Gate appeared again. Fire Qilin Cave's old clan was in charge of the ancient imperial weapons pursuit. In the end, that gate seemed to have a spirit, instantly escaping into the distance, brushing past his shoulder. Huh! A Saint King from Muddled Sky clan entered. He released an incomparably carefree laughter from within, as if he discovered the most exciting thing. It really is connected to Immortal Domain. Otherwise, why would they be so happy? The crowd was stirred up, their eyes all becoming red. They fought over the Immortal Gate, searching for this faintly discernible gate in outer space. This is a crack in Immortal Domain, an omen that the path of ascension is about to open. It is indeed connected to Immortal Domain. Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan lord roared. When news of this got out, outer space completely erupted with commotion. In the past, there were ancient emperors who speculated that when the path of ascension opened, there would definitely be terrifying immortal force fluctuations that would first break through the barrier between the two realms. During this period of time, a few small Immortal Domain cracks would appear. It was unavoidable, but they could also lead to Immortal Domain. Even if this isn't an Immortal Gate, it is still a gate left behind by an archaic deity, one that leads to an unmatched chaotic divine earth. Endless years have passed since the owner died, and now that it has opened again, the wisps of aura are too mysterious. It might be divine energy. The second type of deduction was made. It was because this type of thing had happened since the ancient times. Whoever could enter would definitely have a great opportunity. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, all of them erupting with activity. Regardless of whether it was the Immortal Gate or a chaotic divine earth, they were both great natural luck. Whoever could enter might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. A great battle was naturally unavoidable. As long as this divine gate appeared, there would definitely be a great storm. Many bloody events took place. However, after many days passed, only 3 people successfully entered, and they were all Saint Kings. The others couldn't compete with each other. It came out, it appeared again. Amidst shouts and life and death battles, a group of people rushed forward, fighting over the right to enter the immortal path. Yi Fan was horrified. Was this a prelude to the opening of the immortal path? What kind of great battle would there be in the future? Just this mysterious gate alone made bloody battles erupt in outer space. Normal cultivators weren't enough at all, turning into bloody mist the moment they went up. Even saints were directly injured. Who would have thought that one could truly sprout wings and ascend to immortality? This is immortal energy, my constitution is transforming. An ancient race Saint King cried out in alarm. He successfully seized the Immortal Gate. When they heard him say this, the doubts in many people's hearts immediately disappeared. They frantically took action, wishing to follow him in. However, when this Saint King quickly became indistinct, the Immortal Gate immediately disappeared, thus disappearing, leaving everyone with only regret. The 4th person, for exceptional experts have already entered. We still have a chance. The voices of people clamored. On the 10th day, strand after strand of immortal energy reappeared in outer space. This time, it was even more bitter, blood dyeing the heavens red. It really is Immortal Domain, too beautiful and magnificent. I saw, heavens, a true immortal phoenix. It possesses the aura of long life. Before it, I am like an ant. A Saint King was shaken, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Everyone went crazy. The path of immortality was the dream of many generations. Not even the great ancient emperors could enter, yet now, they could enter. There weren't many opportunities. No one knew when the Immortal Gate would close, so everyone frantically fought over it. Goodbye, I am going to enter Immortal Domain. This was a Saint King from the Great Law clan. He was quite nostalgic, turning around one last time, and only then did he start to walk forward. However, something strange happened. Two void figures silently appeared in front of the immortal gate, almost transparent. They took action at the same time, pressing forward. Pooh! The Great Law Clan Saint King cried out miserably. He actually couldn't evade, couldn't resist, and was directly killed. Who are these people? How could they silently approach a Saint King? Just how powerful are their cultivations? Everyone was shocked. It was clear that the two void figures had always been at the side of the Great Law Clan Saint King, hiding and not taking action. Only when they personally witnessed the miraculous scene in the Immortal Gate did they take action. Silently killing a Saint King, these two, are too terrifying. Killing intent, this is, heaven overflowing killing intent, comparable to an ocean. Heavens, how can there be such terrifying people, like a demon lord from hell? In the back, the people were shocked. The ancient saints that were rushing forward all stopped. All of them felt a chill run down their spine, from head to toe. They had never seen such people before. They were hidden like the void, but once they acted out, the killing intent was as dense as an azure field. After it erupted, even saints were shocked. The void figures turned real, and everyone saw two people so old that they almost turned into ghosts. Their skin was shriveled, and they were as thin as matchsticks. Their eye sockets were sunken, and their eyeballs were about to dry up. It was these two people who silently killed a Saint King. Humans. They are experts of the human race. Killing Saint Chi Luo's expression changed. It's, the ancestor of killing, there really are such existences in hell and the human world. Wang. The divine gate trembled, and as the two withered figures disappeared, the gate also disappeared. Chapter 1194. The two emaciated corpse-like existences blurred together with the immortal gate and completely disappeared. The boundless killing intent also retracted. Yifan felt goosebumps all over his body. Chi Luo's words just now explained everything. There were killing ancestors in the human world and hell. They were two extremely terrifying existences. They entered the immortal gate just like that. Chi Luo was stunned. The two peerless enemies had left and actually stepped onto the path of immortality. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the sages and the ancient saints from the outer realms felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies recovered from the chill and they slowly heaved a sigh of relief. To prove one's Tao through killing, the ancient killing ancestors. Only such a person could silently obliterate a Saint King from the Daoist clan. It was too terrifying. Yifan sighed. Such terrifying existences could most likely pose a threat to the great sage. They were only one step away from crossing that hurdle. What grudges? What enmity? Everything is empty before the path of immortality. We can let go of everything and leave just like that. The ancient race had appeared and brought disaster to the human world, but these two killing ancestors treated it coldly and didn't care. The celestial court was re-established. They looked at each other coldly and might attack at the crucial moment. Now that the path of immortality had opened, all grudges were no longer important. They were all abandoned and directly ascended to immortality. On the 12th day, another Saint King fought a bloody battle. His body was covered in wounds and he coughed up large amounts of blood. However, he was laughing and rushing into the immortal gate with an excited expression. This was a Saint King from the fallen winged race. He was rather hostile towards the human race and had once advocated exterminating all living beings in the Big Dipper star domain to restore the ancient imperial race's glory. However, it was precisely this extreme ancient saint who abandoned his own race the moment the immortal gate appeared. He no longer cared about the human race and directly rushed into the immortal gate. Only at this moment could he let go of all kinds of obsessions. Compared to the path of immortality, everything could be left behind and was no longer important. Father, are you going to abandon me and not care about me? There was a female from the fallen wing race. Even though she had just become an ancestral king, there were still traces of tears on her face. The path to immortality actually made one abandon even their closest kin, severing the relationship between father and daughter. The Big Dipper star region was in chaos. This was an unprecedented immortal opportunity, a dream that even the ancient emperors couldn't fulfill. Now that it was right before their eyes, everyone went completely crazy. Over the past few days, fresh blood had flowed and even the starry sky had been dyed red. It was all for the sake of fighting for the hope of ascending to immortality in a single step. Sages were falling. Up until now, only a few sage kings had charged in and successfully stepped onto the path of immortality. The various clans went crazy. There were people who even brought out extreme Dao weapons, blasting the sky dome several times to restrict the Immortal Gate, but they didn't succeed. Each time, the Immortal Gate would escape ahead of time. That's not right. We have ancient imperial weapons that are far superior to Saint Kings. Why can't we enter the Immortal Gate? Why are we being beaten to it time and time again? The Immortal sect can't withstand the weapons of the primeval emperors? Immortality was right before their eyes. Everyone went crazy, but a problem suddenly appeared. Even the archaic imperial family was involved, so why couldn't they succeed? In a dangerous situation, the ancient imperial weapon will revive. It is comparable to a heaven-defying attack of the primeval emperors. Only a weapon of the same level can suppress it. The Immortal Gate is in fear. Many people were scared on the spot. This Immortal Gate had avoided the ancient imperial weapon, so there was clearly a big problem. Many people became pale after coming to their senses. If this was a scam, how terrifying would it be? The targets were all saints, and the ones who entered were saint kings. Could it be a conspiracy? This made the saints shiver from their tailbones all the way to their skulls. This was too horrifying. They had set up a trap to kill ancient sages. What exactly was this Immortal Gate? Wasn't it the path to the immortal domain? It wasn't that people were hot-headed and didn't think too much. It was just that the timing was too sensitive. The path of immortality was about to open, and such an Immortal Gate had appeared. Who could see through it at a glance? Moreover, those who entered were all saint kings. Before they left, they had all used their heavenly magic eyes to observe and were sure that it was the immortal domain. Moreover, some saint kings had personally experienced it. The immortal chi had transformed their constitutions, and they were reborn. Where else could it be other than the immortal domain? It was too realistic, and it was impossible to guard against. How terrifying was it to be able to hide from the spiritual senses of saint kings? When they thought of this problem, many people felt a chill run down their spines, and their bodies turned cold. This is too terrifying. The path of immortality is indeed piled up with corpses. Even the primeval emperors found it difficult to enter. How can we be qualified? This must be a conspiracy. People began to reflect. Fortunately, only a few people had entered. If they had all charged in, they would have been swallowed up. That would have been a bloody disaster. It might not be a conspiracy. These are just conjectures. I don't believe that the Saint Kings would make a mistake when they entered the Immortal Gate. The heavenly eye can see through the netherworld, so how could it be fake? Naturally, there were also people who firmly believed that the path of immortality was about to open. These cracks that had appeared ahead of time, the Immortal Gate, should be real and not fake. We only need to wait a few more days, and then we will be able to distinguish the real from the fake, an old clan leader of the archaic imperial family said with a gloomy expression. Yi Fan and Qi Luo looked at each other. They didn't want to get involved in order to avoid falling into a trap. The people of the heavenly village came silently and left without a trace. If we calm down, it isn't difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Unfortunately, the path of immortality has been passed down for countless years, and people have waited for tens of thousands of years. It is said that it will open in this era. Even the saint kings were blinded by the greatest obsession in their hearts at the beginning. That's right. We just need to wait a few days and see if there are any strange movements in the 7 great forbidden regions. Everything will be clear. You have to know that the supreme existences are waiting for the path of immortality. The people of the heavenly village discussed and retreated along the way. In the following days, not a single saint entered the immortal gate. After they calmed down, there were more and more doubts. They all felt their teeth turn cold, and a chill rose in their hearts. The immortal gate appeared several times. Everyone used war pets, strange beasts, and other things to scout the way. They once again saw the magnificent scenery of immortal domain, as well as the immortal phoenix and azure dragon that release divine auras. What is going on? Is it really real? Everyone became a bit doubtful again. What they detected didn't seem to be the slightest bit fake. It was as if it really should be a boundless immortal domain. Heavens, I saw an ancient medicine that can run on its own. After a short period of silence, the world beyond erupted with commotion again. Seeing was believing. They truly sensed that it wasn't an illusion. Even the saints were moved. In the end, there was a group of people who were close to the end of their lifespans and hadn't become saints who clenched their teeth and charged in together. I'm going to die in meditation anyway. At worst, I'll just lose my last few months of life. It's not a huge loss. Those who carried this type of mentality naturally didn't feel any fear. After rushing in, they transmitted the information outside. A few people were shocked, and then they felt joy. It's true. I feel like my aging has stopped. There is vitality in my body, and I can live for a long time. Their voices were almost trembling. However, the immortal gate disappeared soon after, separating the 2 regions once again. At this point, people were bewildered. It was a bit difficult to determine whether it was real or fake. Why didn't the people from the Life Forbidden Zone come? Why can't those with ancient imperial weapons enter? These were the 2 most crucial points of doubt. The saints who had calmed down didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Who knows if the Supreme Being from the Life Forbidden Zone is still there? Perhaps he has already stepped on the path of immortality half a month ago. It's just that we don't know about it. It should be that the ancient imperial weapons themselves aren't willing to go on their way. They are waiting for their former master and feeling sad alone. Someone gave an explanation for these 2 points of doubt. This made people even more unconvinced. During this period of time, the Forbidden Zone had been very peaceful. People didn't know the situation inside. Finally, a few old saints who were close to the end of their lifespans also chose to go on their way and rushed into the immortal gate. Dao friend, your methods are against the harmony of the heavens again. It's too cruel. On the 24th day, a sickly old man appeared in the outer space under the support of a young girl with bright eyes and red lips. Guy. Jiu Yu. Some of the ancients' expressions changed. Facing this human supreme being, they were all on tenterhooks. 2 years ago, this old man went on a killing spree and even killed the great sage. He killed 10 ancestral kings in succession and shocked the entire Big Dipper star region. An old voice came from the immortal gate. It was like a ghost that had lived for thousands of years, making people's souls tremble along with its ancient voice. You used to be Quasi-Emperor? Junior pays his respects to Senior. When everyone heard how he addressed Gai Jiuyo, they all felt their scalps tingle. Quasi-Emperor. He really used to be Quasi-Emperor. It was one thing to know, but it was another to be proven. This old man has been in seclusion for more than a year. On a whim, I wanted to take my disciples to the depths of the star region. I didn't expect to see such a disaster as soon as I came out, Gai Jiuyo said. I don't have a cruel heart. Inside this gate is the chaotic divine soil. There are countless paths, and I just obtained it not long ago. If someone survives, there will be an incomparable opportunity. Dao Friend's magical power is boundless. If you kill all the experts here, it will be against the heavens. There's no need for me to say more. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Guy Jiuyo disappeared into the starry sky with his disciples. At this point, everyone was scared. What kind of powerful character was this? No matter how they listened to it, it was an unparalleled existence. The cruelty of the path of immortalization was manifested. This person seemed to want to kill a group of saints to clear the place. After thinking about it carefully, many people broke out in a layer of cold sweat. The path of immortalization had not even begun, but peerless experts from other ancient star regions had already begun to take action. What would happen in the future? Without a doubt, it would be even more cruel. At this moment, the expressions of the ancients and some of the sages from the outer realm changed. A great calamity was about to begin. Dao Friend, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? At this time, the great sage of Qianluan, great sage Hunchuo, and the Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan leader walked forward together, each holding an ancient imperial weapon. The great sage of the ancient race finally appeared. He looked like he was going to send a punitive expedition. Within the immortal gate, a faint and indifferent laugh sounded. The gate gradually became faint and then disappeared. In the Big Dipper star region, no one can cover the sky with one hand. The ancients once said that even true dragons have to coil up when they come, and even immortal phoenixes have to lie down when they descend. The ancients were stirred up when they heard this. The great sage was so confident that he didn't hesitate to fight. This made them feel more at ease. Could it be that there were really one or two old seniors who were still alive? Is that so? I'll wait and see. I'll quietly observe the changes in the Big Dipper. We'll meet on the path of immortalization. After these final words, the peerless expert who came with the chaotic divine soil disappeared and never appeared again. Oh, it's finally no longer cold and cheerless. It's gradually becoming lively. I believe the future will be even more exciting. Within the star region, a 10-meter-long ancient metal ship transmitted such a fluctuation. It was like the sonorous sound of a golden bell. If Yi Fan was here, his expression would definitely change. This was because this was the same metal divine ship that he, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi saw in the alien battlefield after returning from the Ziwei ancient star region. In the past, it was precisely the existence within this mysterious ancient ship that left a mark on his body. The Western Desert's ancient Buddha burned it with great difficulty before he passed away. Moo! Suddenly, the cry of an old ox reverberated through the divine sense. Many people couldn't help but look over. In the depths of the starry sky, a green ox leisurely walked over. An old man was riding on it. Chapter 1195. A green ox slowly walked over. Its fur was bright like green silk, and its body was sturdy and powerful. The horns on its huge head were thick and long, rough and lusterless. It leisurely walked over from the depths of the starry sky, shocking many people. This appearance and calmness attracted attention, and it was extraordinary no matter how one looked at it. There was an old man on it with a thin appearance, a full forehead, and clear eyes. He was aloof from worldly affairs, and his body was untainted by the aura of the mortal world. It was difficult for the sages to see through his cultivation. Only the old clan leader of the Blood Phoenix Mountain had strands of divine light in his eyes as he deeply saw something. An expert. Moreover, he was an exceptional expert that no one dared to provoke. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see through the old man's depth, but they could judge a thing or two from his mount. They all stared at the sturdy green ox. A sacred ox. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The mount had reached the saint level. This was truly shocking, and all the sages present revealed strange expressions. If the mount was like this, how could the master be weak? His background was definitely astonishing, and it wouldn't be much different if he wasn't the great sage. Otherwise, how could the sacred ox yield? You are. Niu, are you really, my adopted son? Suddenly, an old saint from the vigorous ox demon race trembled. He shook his huge ox head and opened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief as he stared forward. Niu, it's him. He disappeared for 2,000 years, and he actually became a saint. Another person from the vigorous ox demon race cried out strangely, clearly shocked. The two old oxen lost their composure like this, naturally causing a commotion. All the cultivators in the outer realm widened their eyes, staring at the man and ox that came from the depths of the starry sky. What kind of person was this? The ancient race hadn't appeared more than 2,000 years ago, so how could he subdue an expert from the ox demon race? Moo! The green ox let out a cry that shook through his divine sense, and a desolate aura swept through the starry sky. Greetings, granduncle. The green ox nodded in greeting, also a bit excited. Who is he? Why did you become his mount? Where have you been all these years? The two old oxen's expressions were unkind as they stared at the old man and questioned Niu. Their hostility was strong, and it seemed like they would take action if there was a disagreement. 2,000 years ago, I left the demon ox cave after I recovered. Niu explained, telling them not to get angry. In the past, Niu was still very weak and could only be considered a little calf. He couldn't bear the loneliness and was born in advance. He met an expert, and now, he was already a saint when he returned. After a series of secret conversations, the two old ox demons retracted their killing intent. However, their expressions were still unfriendly when they looked at the skinny old man. This was because no matter how much they persuaded Niu, he did not want to return to the clan. Fellow Daoist, where are you from? How should I address you? An old saint king from the Fire Qilin cave said. He narrowed his eyes and could truly sense the strength of the person in front of him. My name is Shi. I came here with no other intentions, the elderly man said with a friendly and calm smile. If Yi Fan were here, he would definitely be shocked. This was an ancient person from the spring and autumn period of China. Now, his real body had appeared in the Big Dipper star region. Shi had obviously been influenced by his master to come here on his cow. His master was a transcendent and aloof cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs. They were very particular about the natural Tao, and their hearts were calm and peaceful. Many cultivators were shocked. This was definitely a powerful human expert who came from the outer realm. It seemed that the human race in the depths of the universe was not weak at all. Are you also here for the path of immortality? An old saint from the Blood Phoenix Mountain asked. We cultivators only want to break through the path of immortality. This old man also has the same intention. Shi did not hide anything and was very frank. In reality, everyone who came from the outer realm did not come for the path of immortality. It was very obvious that there would be more people coming later on. Whether it was the human race or the ancient race, they were not willing to become enemies with the cultivators from the outer realm for no reason. Naturally, no one would provoke them, especially such an extraordinary ancient saint. If the path of immortality is opened, the world will definitely be in chaos. All the saints will rise together. This old man's business here is finished, and I have to return to my homeland to guard Jianghu Pass. Farewell, everyone. With that, Shi rode away on his cow and slowly disappeared under the starlight, entering the source of life below. When Yi Fan heard this, he was dumbfounded. He immediately rushed to the outer realm and then into the great wilderness to find Shi, the ancient person from the other side of the starry sky. He would never have thought that this powerful person would appear at this time. The sage who had guarded Jianghu Pass in the past had actually appeared in the Big Dipper star domain. The path of immortality is about to open. Will other ancient people also appear? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He searched everywhere but could not find any trace of Shi. He did not know where he had gone and could not find out. Yi Fan knew that the great calamity was approaching and that the path of immortality might really exist. Otherwise, why would someone like Shi appear? He said that he would guard Hanggu Pass in the future. What will happen? Will there be an unprecedented war when the path of immortality appears? Yi Fan already knew in the past that beings from the flying celestial planet and other ancient regions had once followed an ancient road to attack ancient China. Would they appear again in the future? The gate of immortality had disappeared and would never appear again. The curtains fell on a murderous calamity, causing many sages to shudder in fear. Everyone was deeply aware of the cruelty of fighting over the path of immortality. The appearance of an expert from the outer realm had already caused such a huge disturbance. What kind of massacre would there be in the future? The path of immortality had not yet opened, but the sages could already see the scene of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was bound to be incomparably cruel. Someone wants to clear the place now. How many people will survive in the future? The Big Dipper star domain might even be destroyed and cease to exist. The road ahead was unknown and made people hesitate. They were filled with apprehension. A terrifying great era that had not been seen since the beginning of time had arrived. Lives were bound to be cheaper than grass, and the path of immortality would be stained with blood. During this period of time, undercurrents were surging. The Golden Crow tribe of Huasong planet, the divine tribe of Tongtian planet, and many wandering cultivators from the outer realm appeared one after another. This made the Big Dipper star even more complicated and turbulent. Moreover, mysterious ruins appeared in the outer realm. Some powerful cultivators rushed over and placed their temporary residences in the starry sky. They did not descend in person. The atmosphere in the Big Dipper star became more and more tense. It was suffocating. This period of time was like the calm before the storm. All the clans were nervous. All those who had severed the path wanted to become saints because only then could they have a place in the future and fight for the opportunity to become immortal. How could it be like this? The two old ancestors disappeared just like that. Within the divine spirit realm, within a palace built from white bones, a roar came from the most ancient palace. It was filled with unwillingness and murderous intent pierced through the 9 heavens. It can't be. The killer ancestors did not die. They will definitely appear again. Even the great sage cannot do anything to them. The bone palace shook. The skulls with special physiques and the withered bones of the saints shone with a sparkling luster. The 2 killer saints revealed their murderous intent like a surging ocean. In the southern mountains, in front of the demon imperial palace, a figure had his back to the ancient palace. He looked up at the starry sky and said, "Will the path of immortality really appear? In a few years or a few hundred years, how many people will die on this bloody path?" In the western desert, on Mount Meru, there was also an old monk who looked into the sky and asked with his heart. The entire great thunderclap temple was solemn and dignified, holy and peaceful. The situation became more and more complicated, making the cultivators worried. They did not know the path ahead and could not clearly predict the future. Even the saints were very nervous. During this period of time, the 7 great life-forbidden zones were very peaceful. Nothing special happened, but the more peaceful this was, the more people felt the atmosphere was heavy. It's going to succeed. It's finally going to be refined. The large black dog grinned, his shining white teeth reaching the base of his ears. His face was filled with sinister joy. Longma's eyes were also wide open. His entire body emitted the auspicious light of an auspicious beast. His dragon scales flickered and flames overflowed into the sky as he waited here. The heavenly village was very peaceful. The people did not feel the nervousness of the outside world. They were filled with the joy of harvest because the precious medicine was about to be refined. There is no need to worry about failure. We can extinguish the dragon vein flame essence and the others. After nourishing them for the last 2 days, the evolution fluid can be refined, Killer Saint Chi Luo said. The killing Saint Chi Luo said. His brows relaxed. After guarding for several months, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. This carried the future hope of the celestial court. It could allow the younger generation to be reborn and their battle prowess to soar, allowing their strength to increase greatly. He could already see the scene of the celestial court's resurgence. The cauldron was rising and falling. Immortal qi wrapped around it, and all types of strange scenes appeared. It was a grand scene that was almost heaven-defying. They were all like mythical creatures that surrounded it. Dragons and phoenixes cried out together, white tigers leapt into the sky, black tortoises left the sea, deities soared in the 9 heavens, and humanoid creatures soared into the sky. Auspicious light and auspicious brilliance completely submerged the cauldron, gathering at the center. They only needed the last 2 days to open the medicine furnace and obtain the evolution fluid. There were some elders in the heavenly village who were already extremely old, but they were like living ancient scriptures. Right now, their faces that were full of wrinkles revealed a smile, and they were muttering to themselves as if they were praying. They had waited for many years, hoping for the celestial court to become stronger and recover its past glory. Their entire lives had almost passed, and their bodies couldn't hold on anymore. Now, they finally saw the light of hope. "Grandpa Tianqi, your eyes are carrying tears," the little sparrow said, wiping away the elder's tears. "Grandpa is extremely happy. This day has finally arrived," Elder Tianqi said. The other elders were like this as well. They hadn't become saints like Qi Luo, long having 1 foot in the grave. Their hair was about to fall off completely. Yan Yishi was also present, supporting 2 elders. He was extremely respectful towards them. Ever since he arrived in the heavenly village, he often played chess with these elders, receiving pointers and benefiting greatly. The celestial court has been re-established, and it will definitely flourish greatly. Even if we die now, we will be able to rest in peace. The elders were trembling, their voices moved, and their old tears almost fell. "Heh, is that so? In my opinion, you all should just die with remaining grievances. This one will send all of you on your way." Killing intent suddenly descended, engulfing the entire heavenly village. The ancient saints' might overflowed into the heavens as they descended. The elders, Little Sparrow, Yan Yishi, and the others immediately coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their internal organs were all ruptured, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. They continuously backed up. Hong. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, killing Saint Qi Luo's feet moved with the rho symbol. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse, turning into a streak of lightning that blocked in front of him, blocking the ancient saint's might. This truly is a great natural opportunity. You all worked so hard for so long, and finally refined the evolution fluid. We have come to collect it, so you all can go on your way. Another killing saint appeared, laughing coldly. His voice was bone-piercingly cold. He reached out a large hand towards the all-life energy cauldron. Chapter 1196. Saint Qi Luo released a clear hiss and spat out a strand of origin essence energy. It turned into a divine soul and rushed over to block that large hand. He definitely couldn't let the medicinal cauldron fall into the other party's hands. Heh, it's useless. You guys are just making a wedding dress for nothing. The survivors of the celestial court will all die. Not a single one will survive. Hell's killing saint's magical power was like a sea of stars. His killing intent was like an ocean. His blood energy was terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. He looked like a bag of bones with a withered body, but his strength was at the peak. In his hand was an ancient divine artifact. An eerie dagger streaked across and sliced apart Qi Luo's innate origin essence energy soul as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was a great disaster. They were both killing saints, but he was much older than Qi Luo. He had abundant experience and his killing intent was even denser. He only needed to take action against a single soul, so he could naturally flatten it in an instant. Qi. He brandished the black dagger. A streak of black light flashed past, and several heads fell off. The people in front of the cauldron died with remaining grievances. Then, their bodies exploded in that instant and turned into a bloody mist. These were the 6 people from the heavenly village who were in charge of guarding the earth flame under the medicinal cauldron. At this moment, they didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they turned into broken bones and blood under the holy might. He chuckled coldly like an icy blade scraping at the bones. You guys have worked hard to refine such a great batch of medicine. I will remember you all. You can all go in peace. On the other side, Qi Luo roared angrily, but he couldn't break away from his opponent. They were both killing saints, so he used all kinds of methods. Killing intent engulfed the mountains and rivers, cutting down all vegetation. Streak after streak of bloody light left behind several wounds on the killing saint's body. He was dripping with blood, but he couldn't truly eliminate the other party. The younger generation will surpass us in time. You were actually able to use your killing intent to pass through the ancient killing formation to injure me. You really aren't simple. The killing saint of the mortal realm used a withered finger to dip in his own blood and tasted it. All kinds of ancient objects floated beside him. It was actually a mobile ancient killing formation that could protect the body and destroy the enemy. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Uproot the weeds and eliminate the roots. Don't leave a single one alive. Let the celestial court be destroyed." All types of ancient objects at his side burned with radiance, completely reviving. In addition, a bone bell appeared above his head, the white bone sparkling and translucent. A loud dang sounded, making this small world tremble endlessly. It was terrifying beyond compare. Huh. On the other side, Hell's killing saint laughed cruelly. He looked down on Heaven Village, his shriveled body appearing sinister and demonic. Hell and the human world will prosper greatly. Many thanks to you all for delivering this great natural luck. He raised his hand and grabbed towards the great cauldron, extremely complacent. At the same time, crazy killing intent appeared in his eyes, looking down on everyone from Heaven's village. An ancient saint mech appeared out of nowhere, shining with a dark blue luster. GZ attacked, unleashing a void rend slash towards his back. Xiao. The killing saint of hell had a cruel smile on his face. His bony palm slapped behind him. When it came to killing, who could compare to him? Even GZ, who had mastered the great Tao of Void, was no match for him. Bang! A terrifying claw mark appeared on the ancient Saint Mecha, and it was sent flying. Inside the war tool, GZ's eyes were cold. He continuously moved about, tearing apart the void and continuously destroying illusions. The killing saint was too terrifying. He was the king of slaughter, his methods terrifying. He almost forcefully grabbed GZ, who had grasped the Void Emperor's secret technique. Roar, a long roar sounded. The sacred prince arrived, entering a golden war tool. He held a golden spear in his hand, using it like a large rod. He swept it over, his aura surging like an ocean. A ding sound rang out. Hell's killing saint dagger flickered, slicing apart the spear. After a few twirls, it disappeared from its original location. When it reappeared, it almost sliced apart the golden mecha. He forced the sacred prince to quickly retreat. His fighting strength was inferior, and as a result, he was almost injured. The celestial court has long decayed. The remnants will all be erased today, completely destroyed. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo said coldly. Hell's killing saint forced back the sacred prince. He also nodded with a sneer and said, "Correct, all of you are about to die. You should have been wiped out a long time ago, just like your ancestors, until their blood runs dry." He grabbed towards the all-life energy cauldron again, but his movements were extremely slow. He glanced at the sacred prince and GZ, waiting for them to come over and seize it. Stop him. The heavenly village's group of assassins all widened their eyes in anger. They had gone through untold hardships to concoct medicine until now, and now that they were about to succeed, someone came to take the fruits of their labor. They were furious and unwilling. The sacred prince and GZ rushed forward again. However, in the end, they weren't saints, and this was a killing saint who understood slaughter the most. They couldn't succeed, and they themselves were almost injured. Chi! The pitch-black dagger streaked past. A middle-aged man from the heavenly village's head tumbled down, blood dripping everywhere. His primordial spirit was destroyed, his death extremely miserable. Hell's killing saint naturally did this on purpose. Everything was within his grasp. He wanted to kill the heavenly village's people one by one. He grabbed towards the great cauldron again, his movements slow. He was still looking at GZ and the sacred prince, his gaze cold, as if he was waiting for them to take action. Suddenly, the great cauldron rumbled, turning into a streak of immortal light. Dao force shocked the heavens, quickly smashing into his palm. At the same time, Yi Fan, who was hidden in the nothingness, opened his eyes. His gaze was intimidating, releasing cold radiance like electricity. All of his irregular scenes merged together, submerging him within. Pooh! Bloody light flickered. Half of Killing Saint's body was badly mangled, almost crushed by the irregular scenes. The all-life energy cauldron's aura was terrifying, shattering space and releasing a tremendous force. It smashed into Hell's Killing Saint's arm, temporarily making his body lose balance. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Fan's irregular scene was effective, killing this person until he was drenched in blood. Yi Fan used the Celestial Court's unmatched secret method to launch a targeted sneak attack. If it was anyone else, they would have shed a layer of skin even if they didn't die, definitely suffering serious injuries. However, this killing saint was completely unharmed. Chi! Bloody light flickered. GZ and the sacred prince used this opportunity to find an opportunity, respectively leaving behind 2 terrifying wounds on Killing Saint's withered body. However, he was still unscathed. This was the terror of Killing Saint. His battle techniques were unparalleled, and his killing techniques were boundless. He was able to reduce his own injuries to the minimum. Yi Fan and the other 2 were horrified. They rapidly retreated because in that instant, they felt a terrifying aura assaulting their bodies. This killing saint was quite ruthless. He destroyed a saint artifact in order to use it to shatter their mecha, wanting to exterminate both their body and soul. The 3 of them moved horizontally far away. That place was unexpectedly calm again. Hell's Killing Saint laughed miserably. The saint artifact in his hand was undamaged. Just now, it was just an empty technique. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and GZ's expressions sank. This killing saint had rich battle experience and was extremely difficult to provoke. The most crucial point was that the other party was a saint. Adding on his terrifying battle prowess, if they charged forward today, they would most likely fall. Buzz! The all-life energy cauldron rumbled. It was forcefully summoned back by Yi Fan. With a flash of splendor, it entered the space between his brows. Retreat! Qi Luo heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the medicinal cauldron safely withdrawn. There were many wounds on his body. He blocked the front and let the people behind him retreat. Today, no one can escape. All of you will die here. The prosperity of hell and the human world will be built on the ruins of the Celestial Court. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo had all kinds of ancient objects floating in front of him. They were all formation flags. He had set up an ancient killing formation and was unharmed. At the same time, all kinds of ancient objects appeared in front of the killing saint from hell. They were all flowing with luster. He also set up a small ancient killing formation that could move along with his body. He was about to slaughter everyone. During the ancient times, the 2 divine dynasties were unharmed. Most of their foundations were preserved, and they were much more powerful than the current Celestial Court. Senior, come quickly. Yi Fan set up a formation platform. He opened up the void and called for the old saint of Merak Quarry. However, there was no response. The void was dusky as if it had been sealed. Not good. GZ's expression changed. He had people try to cross the void, but they discovered that all the formation platforms were ineffective. The heavenly village had all kinds of defensive measures. There were formation patterns everywhere, and they could pass through to the middle state, the southern mountains, and other places. However, they were ineffective now. They have a secret treasure that can seal the void. They have sealed off the entire small world. The large black dog was an expert in formations, so he immediately made a judgment. He had a bad premonition. The killing saint of the human world had a sinister look in his eyes, and he said, "I know there are bigwigs here who understand formations. For the sake of safety, we used the most primitive method. Before we entered, we split open the void and pulled this small world into another divine land created by the ancient great sage. It was like a small bubble that had been swallowed by a crocodile. They were isolated in another cage. Fellow cultivators, everything has been arranged so well. It looks like there is no need for me to act." A third saint walked out from the shadows. Everyone's expression changed. This was actually an ancient. His white hair was loose, and his eyes were like cold lightning. His figure was majestic, and there was a pair of antlers on his head. There was a divine halo that was like a divine moon. "It's the Silver Moon royal family," the sacred prince said coldly. It was fine that the two killer divine dynasties had appeared, but the ancient royal family had also appeared. Although only one ancestral king had come, this still caused everyone's heart to sink. "We discovered this place at the same time recently, so we can only split the treasured liquid evenly. Even the heavens want to destroy the remnants of your celestial court, and no one can save you," the killing saint of hell said coldly. The two divine dynasties and the ancient race had joined forces to attack. This was going to be a bloody disaster. The Silver Moon royal family was a radical clan of the ancient race. Recently, when they were investigating the divinity ore, they discovered some clues, and accidentally found the heavenly village. "I didn't expect to gain so much. If we can kill them all here, it will save us a lot of trouble in the future." The Silver Moon ancestral king laughed loudly. He swept his gaze over Yi Fan, and then fixed his gaze on the sacred prince. His eyes were cold and cruel. "Wu, there's no rush. We want the child to be stained with a bit of blood. How can he grow without experiencing slaughter?" The two killing saints waved their hands. Without a sound, numerous assassins appeared, and then they disappeared into the void. Shua! Qi Luo fell back and stopped fighting. Then, he drew a line with his hand, and a large expanse of murderous light soared in front of the heavenly village, blocking these people outside and preventing them from approaching. This was an ancient killing formation left behind by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's flawless killing formation has long since disappeared from this world. This ruined formation is useless. "Watch how I break it," said a killing saint. However, when he took a step forward, endless murderous light surged, opening up over 100 bloody scars on his body, almost twisting him in half. If not for the fact that he was a killing saint with heaven-defying methods and retreating immediately, something unexpected might have happened to him. This is an ancient formation that this emperor has added a corner of emperor patterns. How can it be broken by you all? The Black Emperor mocked. The killing saint of hell shook his head, and coldly said, "In front of absolute strength, all methods are useless. I can slowly grind away at this ruined formation, and none of you will survive." Yi Fan looked at Qi Luo, and said, "Abandon this small world and leave this place. After consuming the evolution fluid, our battle prowess will rise to the next level, and we will completely eradicate hell and the human world." Qi Luo sighed. This was all they could do. They couldn't protect this small world today, so they could only leave. They had made all kinds of preparations, and had thought of the worst-case scenario. Yi Fan, Qi Luo, and the Black Emperor had once branded origin techniques, formations, and so on into this small world. They could burn this small world and destroy the external sealing power. Hell, human world, you all wait quietly. One day, you will all be completely destroyed, and your names will be erased from this world, the large black dog shouted. Yi Fan said coldly, you all are right. Everything is fabricated, and only absolute strength is the hard truth. In half a month, I will definitely flatten hell and the human world. Silver Moon royal family, please wait patiently. I will definitely make a trip to your clan. The sacred prince stared at the white-haired ancestral king. Not good, stop them. The two killing saints and the Silver Moon ancient saint had a bad premonition, but they couldn't break through the ancient killing formation in a short period of time. Boom! The small world was collapsing, and it burned rapidly. A passageway was opened up, and the people of the heavenly village passed through it. Chapter 1197. The expressions of the two slaughtering saints changed. If the roots weren't removed, it would grow again. If the remnants of the celestial court escaped, who knew when they would be eradicated? Xiao. They frantically attacked, unleashing all kinds of killing techniques. However, there was a great formation blocking in front of them, and they couldn't pass through in a short period of time. The Silver Moon clan's ancestor king was burning with anxiety, even more anxious than the two slaughtering saints. They had already attacked the sacred prince, yet they couldn't kill everyone here. If news of this leaked out, the old sacred ape on Mount Meru would be enraged, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The small world was collapsing. Genesis techniques, ancient killing formations, and saint imprints interweaved together, piercing through the barrier of primal chaos and creating a passage. The people of the celestial court successfully rushed out and began to activate the formation platform. Dao marks formed, and a domain gate appeared, allowing them to cross the void. At this moment, the old people of the heavenly village were crying, their turbid eyes filled with sadness and reluctance as they murmured incessantly. Desolate ancient heaven, the last realm left behind, has also been destroyed. We were unfilial, and couldn't protect anything. Their faces were covered in wrinkles, and they didn't have much time left. Their hearts were filled with sadness, and their last nostalgia was also shattered. The remains of the celestial court no longer existed. Seniors, let's go. Before long, we will definitely build the celestial court on the ruins of hell and the human world. The young descendants urged. We and the remains of the celestial court exist together. Burying our bones here is the best choice, quickly go. The old people's turbid eyes emitted a strange light, as if each of them was full of vitality. Rebirth from ashes, perfection from nirvana. Everything can be restarted, Yenishi said. He often played chess with these old people and had received their pointers. We are already going to die, and we have at most half a year of lifespan. Burying our bones here is the best, quickly go. The old people urged. The fourth stage of evolution liquid has been refined, it can help you break through and prolong your lives, Qi Luo said. No need to waste it, leave it for the children. It will be difficult for us to become saints even if we use the liquid, we can only live for a few more years. These elders who had one foot in the grave asked for death, because what they said was the truth. Their blood energy had long dried up, and their bodies had decayed beyond recognition. Now, his only wish was to perish together with the ruins of the celestial court, and he refused to leave. Many people became silent as they watched their old tears flow down their cheeks, the scene of a bleak evening. Grandpa Tian Chi. Little Kay burst into tears. She grabbed an old man's hand and was about to drag him away. Grandpa Jingshan, I don't want you to be like this. Come with me. Yi Tong also stepped forward and supported a trembling old man. These elders had watched them grow up and carefully taught them many things. It could be said that they were the closest people to them. Gu Fei and Gu Lin also stepped forward and grabbed their hands, refusing to let go. Grandfathers are old and can't live any longer. We just want to find a burial ground that we like. The assassin should die in the light of the saber and lie down in the pool of blood. But we are too old, our hands can no longer hold the sword. Grandpa! Little Baldy cried loudly. Tears streamed down his face as he tightly hugged an old man, unwilling to let go. What are you all doing? Everyone has to die. Being able to be buried here is the best ending for us. An old man stroked his long sword with his rough and calloused hand. Unfortunately, his hand was trembling. He could no longer wield the 3-foot-long blade to roam the battlefield. Everyone fell silent. They respected the choices of Tian Qi, Jing Shan, and the other elders. They did not have much time left. Being buried here was a final resting place that could bring peace to their hearts. You all hope that the celestial court will definitely prosper. They could no longer hold the sword, but the 3-foot-long blade was still humming in their hands. It clanged in their hands and accompanied them as they walked into the disintegrating small world. Muddy old tears, stooped figures, battle clothes that had turned to ash, and finally, the 3-foot-long blade, were all buried in the flames. Everyone took one last look before stepping into the realm gate and disappearing. The ancient land of the celestial court was destroyed. Will we have such a day? Yi Fan muttered to himself. No matter how great a hero was, there would come a day when he would be old. Even the invincible ancient saints would have their blood and qi dried up and they would not be able to fight. He thought of the blood at the holy cliff. The great saint physique was so heroic, but in the end, it was such a miserable old age. When his hair took root, when his essence, qi, and spirit declined, when his eyes were no longer sharp, when his body grew old, when his saint blood dried up and no longer boiled, what choice would he make? For some reason, Yi Fan's heart throbbed. It was as if he could see a corner of the future. Would he have such a miserable scene in his old age? At that time, where would his friends be? The great saint physique could live for more than 10,000 years. Perhaps he would be the only one left at that time. Would he still be able to wield his sword to fight? In the southern mountains, a primitive land. Giant trees covered the sun, ancient vines covered the sky, and apes and tigers roared. Many savage beasts roamed about, but it was difficult to name them. A huge ferocious bird flew across the sky and crushed a mountain with one claw. It tore apart a 1,000-foot-long python and swallowed it. The strange beast in the swamp opened its mouth and inhaled. Even the clouds in the sky fell down. Many beast kings in the vicinity entered its mouth. In the depths of the southern mountains, all kinds of prehistoric creatures roamed about. It was extremely dangerous. Even the demonic imperial palace and the barbarians rarely set foot here. The azure dragon spread its wings and covered a large area of the ancient forest. The great golden peng let out a long cry and shook hundreds of mountains. This was the dwelling place of the heavenly village. They were here to recuperate. Everyone was strengthening themselves and doing their best to break through. The fourth stage of the evolution liquid had been completed. The amount was great because they had obtained a lot of divine ores and extracted enough precious liquid. Grandpa Tian Qi. Little K. Wept. Her white face was covered in tears, and her big eyes were red and swollen. Yi Tong's eyes were also misty as he remained silent on the other side. Gu Fei and Gu Lin wept and blamed themselves. They couldn't calculate the heavenly secrets of the saints and couldn't predict the arrival of the two great killing saints. Hell, the human world, all of you should die. The little Baldy Huahua was also wiping away his tears. What are you crying for? The elders left peacefully. They chose to hibernate there. As long as you all work hard to increase your strength, that will be the best consolation for them. Li Heishui said. Yes, break through the two great divine dynasties and destroy the hell and the human world to comfort the elders. Yi Tong stood up and continued to break through. Yifan didn't let him take the evolution liquid immediately. He had to stabilize his realm. After all, he had just severed his Dao not long ago and needed to carefully appreciate this fruit of Dao. Ao. In the depths of the forest, the miserable cries of the two silver blood emperors could be heard. They were being chased by a large black dog to the point where there was no way out. They were undergoing hellish tempering. When Li Heishui heard this, even his scalp went numb. He hurriedly took the evolution liquid and broke through. He felt that if he didn't hurry, he might be surpassed by the two disciples of the Black Emperor. It had to be said that the Silver Blood Kings were worthy of being crownless emperors. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, the power of their bloodline was tyrannical and not weaker than the imperial clan. These two had the assistance of the evolution liquid. The power of their bloodline was heaven-defying and completely activated. Their strength could be described as soaring. During these days, thunder continuously sounded in the depths of the mountain ridge. Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others broke through in succession and passed tribulation. Their strength increased. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Rubble flew through the air, demonic clouds covered the sun, and killing intent slashed through the 9 heavens. Everyone gasped. Killing Saint Chi Luo was actually passing tribulation. His flesh had been baptized by the evolution liquid and was filled with the power of life. His strength had increased by a small level. This old man has been stimulated. The 4th stage of the evolution liquid isn't enough for him to break through. However, after accumulating for these years, together with the resentment in his heart, he has forcefully advanced a small level. It wouldn't be strange for him to become a Saint King one day. The scene of a Saint King passing tribulation was naturally terrifying. That area turned into ashes, and no one could take a step closer. In the end, he successfully passed through. The population of the heavenly village wasn't very large, only a few hundred. Apart from Tian Qi, Jing Shan, and a few other elders who were the oldest, there were also a few elders who were half a generation younger. Now, with the help of the evolution liquid, they were like withered trees coming back to life. They made breakthroughs one after another and undoubtedly became kings among the Dao severing realm. Among them, Old Saber Honcho's achievements were the greatest. He was already Dao severing, and in terms of realm, he was even above Li Heishui and the others. Now, he had directly become a great king tier. That son of AB*TCH Black Emperor is actually about to become a saint, faster than anyone else. Longma's face was full of jealousy and hatred. He spat out white smoke from his mouth, and his whole body was burning with flames. Dongfang Yi and the others were also quite speechless. This dog was indeed very heaven-defying. In his own words, he was doing his best to suppress his realm, otherwise he would have gone earlier. This emperor was established after destruction, destroyed after establishment, and now I'm establishing again. I have to consolidate every step. He's just a half-saint, so what? He boasted shamelessly. However, no one could refute him, because he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Back then, he relied on his physical body to fight close combat with Yifan, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. His bite was called ruthless. Now that his realm had steadily increased, this guy's abnormal physical body became even more exaggerated. It made people suspect that he was the demon emperor's son. Because the power of his bloodline wasn't weaker than GZ and the sacred prince, he dared to fight with anyone. In the future, this emperor won't run anymore. Whoever chases after me, I'll bite them to death. The Black Emperor wore a pair of large flowery underpants. He stood upright with his claws behind his back. He lived up to his name and had a proud expression on his face. Now that he had reached the half-saint realm, he could definitely match a saint. With the ancient method passed down by great Emperor Wuxia, he could break through the barrier of the saint realm. Of course, Longma was also a mess. He had broken through to the upper-tier king realm. If he was given time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a half-saint. After all, he was an auspicious beast, known as a mount that only the great emperor of ancient times could have. Back then, when he was on the other side of the starry sky, his realm was even higher than Yifan's. At that time, he was already a demonic horse on the 6th level of the Dao severing realm. Now, with the help of the evolution fluid, he was naturally one step further. The Black Emperor reminded, be careful. Those who want to prove their Dao and become great emperors shouldn't use the evolution fluid to become a saint. The last step has to be comprehended by yourself, otherwise, it will affect your future achievements. Longma was very ambitious. That was why he stopped at the 9th level of the Dao severing realm. Otherwise, he might advance further and might really have an opportunity to become a saint. Among everyone, Dongfang Yi was definitely a fierce person. He and his younger brother, Dongfang Man, were known as the barbarian war god physique. Not to mention Dharma power and Dao comprehension, their physical strength was second only to the saint physique among humans. Today, Savage was as tough as ever. His realm hadn't fallen over the years. With the help of the evolution fluid, he reached the 8th level of the Dao severing realm. Of course, the evolution fluid was still effective for him. If he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a half-saint. However, Savage felt that he shouldn't break through too quickly. He needed to work hard to consolidate his cultivation and break through in the future. Yao Yuekong had the heavenly demon physique and was also heaven-defying. He reached the 8th level of the Dao severing realm because of time and consideration for the future. Yan Yishi and Li Tian also reached the 8th level of the Dao severing realm. Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and Wu Zhongtian stabilized at the 6th level of the Dao severing realm and didn't dare to break through anymore. With the evolution fluid, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become half-saints in the future. Everything was just a matter of time. Everyone was looking forward to Yifan, GZ, and the Saint Prince coming out of seclusion because they knew that once the three of them advanced to the next level, they would definitely be able to fight saints. Chapter 1198. Several days later, the heirs of the ancient emperors and the archaic emperors, as well as Yifan, appeared one after another. However, none of them were going through the tribulation. The evolution fluid is ineffective? Li Tian was stunned. Of course it is. We can now attack the underworld and the human world, the sacred prince said in a deep voice. Yifan and GZ nodded. They had the same idea. It would be a waste to go through the tribulation now. They had absolute confidence that they could calmly resist the sea of lightning. Their killing intent engulfed the mountains and destroyed the vegetation. Divine light surged around their bodies. They were ready to counterattack the human world and underworld. You want to go through the tribulation and the god of killers? Dongfang Yi laughed honestly. His hair was messy and he held a wolf fang club in his hand. This was a divine weapon. Tribulation. Li Heishui was speechless. Yifan had done many things in the past. Since we are going through the tribulation and it has great destructive power, we can harm the ancient saints if we use it well. Why not use it? It would be shameful to waste an advantage. The group of people looked at Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince in a different light. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Who were these people? They were all princes. These three heaven-defying existences. One of them going through the tribulation was already terrifying, but the three of them going at the same time was simply a disaster. Who could stop them? This battle will remove the name of the underworld from the human world. We cannot afford to lose. Yifan clenched his teeth. The enmity had existed for a long time. He had been fighting since the beginning of his cultivation and couldn't resolve it. Avenge Grandpa Tianqi and Grandpa Jingshan. Little Kair clenched her fists and shouted with tears in her eyes. Horses trample the underworld, fists shatter the human world. Little Baldy wiped his tears and shouted along. Although he was mischievous, he really missed those kind elders. Master, give me the divine sun and the goddess of the human world. Yi Tong took large strides forward with a resolute expression. Very well. Yi Fan nodded. This time, none of them can escape. We must eradicate them all. The sacred prince's hair was sparkling and translucent. With the black iron club in his hand, he looked like a demonic god. Not long after, Qi Luo came out of seclusion. First, an ocean-like killing intent rushed out, and then it turned into a warm spring breeze that blew over. One of his eye sockets was deep like a black abyss, and the other was blazing with divine radiance that was brilliant like the sun. His eye was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, and the scenes of mountains and rivers being born and the destruction of the universe could be seen within it. Even if we want to slaughter our way in, we have to pay attention to our own safety. We cannot be careless. Killing Saint Qi Luo said, feeling a bit worried. These were two great assassin dynasties. Although they were no longer as glorious as they were in ancient times, they were still not people that ordinary people could afford to offend. Aren't there only two killing saints? Now that we have joined forces, we should be able to deal with them. Wu Zhongtian said. It's a pity that a part of our celestial court's trump card wasn't revealed back then, and we don't know where it was lost. If we could find it, we would definitely be able to sweep away the current two divine dynasties, Qi Luo said. At the moment, he was worried that the reserve powers of the infernal realm and the mortal world might show up, which would be a huge problem. Are we afraid of them in terms of foundation? Let's go invite people too. Dongfang Yi cried out strangely. He glanced at the monkey and laughed mischievously. Let's go invite Master. Yan Yishi and Li Tian said. Although they hadn't officially become disciples of the Heaven's Choice Stone Square's old saint, they still had a master-disciple relationship. I will also go invite Master, Li Heishui said. He was going to invite the number one bandit of the northern region, the Old Undying, to come out of seclusion. Killing Saint Qi Luo suddenly frowned and said, "Oh, maybe it won't be that troublesome. The two killing ancestors have entered the false immortal sects, which most likely caused the infernal realm and the mortal world to lose their foundation." Why? Everyone was puzzled. The assassin dynasty was different from the other inheritances because they had offended too many great powers. If the most ancient palace was discovered, it would also mean that they would most likely be destroyed. Their foundation was hidden somewhere else, and only one person in each generation knew about it. They would only tell the successor before they passed away. Doing this can prevent the inheritances from being completely destroyed, but there is also a big problem. Back then, a part of the celestial court's reserve power was lost like this. A great disaster suddenly came, and the master of the celestial court was chased to death, causing that part of the reserve power to forever lie underground. It won't be difficult to destroy them because we know where the ancient palaces of the two great dynasties are. Yi Fan sneered. The assassin dynasty could not see the light of day. It could exist until now because it was sufficiently secretive. Now that it was exposed, their advantage would be gone. Yi Fan said calmly, "Before we attack, go tell the Jiang family, Jade Pool, and Alcade that we have found the ancestral lands of the infernal realm and the mortal world. They can go there to retrieve the skulls of their ancestors." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This forced the holy land of the human race to take action. Who could not do anything when this news was brought over? Otherwise, they would be unfilial descendants. If this news spread, it would definitely damage the clan's reputation. Everyone knew that the two great dynasties used the skulls of saints and heroes with special constitutions to build immortal palaces. It was a divine land to display their majesty. Naturally, there were the skulls of the ancestors of the great sages' land, the saints that they had assassinated in the past, and the skulls of the kings. They were all displayed there as spoils of war. Good, the two great ancient dynasties will have to bear the consequences. Everyone nodded. Their eyes were fiery, and they wanted to take action immediately. It's fine if they have already exhausted their resources. We can destroy them on our own. If they still have more, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just wait for the earth-shattering attack. Everyone began to discuss in secret and make all kinds of arrangements. They were preparing to wipe out the two great dynasties in one fell swoop. The remnants of the celestial court had been searching with endless hatred since ancient times. After working hard for so many years, they had long found out where the ancient palaces of the infernal realm and the mortal world were. This was the most crucial point. These days, they had been moving out constantly, making detailed arrangements and communicating with all parties. Yi Fan had personally gone to the Jianghu family, the Qishir mansion, and other places. When Ji Zi returned, he brought a very old cultivator with him. He was actually an ancient saint. People could see the vicissitudes of life in his eyes. Is this the foundation of the Ji family? Yi Fan asked in a low voice. Ji Zi nodded. No one would be surprised if the Ji family had a saint. They had produced an ancient great emperor, so how could they not have a saint until now? And now, the path of immortality was about to open. If some people had specially waited for this generation, it was about time for them to come out. His brother's skull fell into the mortal world's bone palace. This was a piece of information revealed by Ji Zi. Good, let's see how the two great dynasties can't be destroyed. Yi Fan said. The celestial court had made arrangements in many places. Those who needed to be informed had already been informed. Everything was carried out strictly, and they were about to take action with lightning speed. The moon was very big, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of white snow. On this very peaceful night, killing intent was brewing. In the depths of the southern mountains, killing intent suddenly rushed into the heavens. The people of the celestial court were about to take action. 3 huge motherships covered the sky and earth, and 5 ancient saint war tools flickered with a cold luster. Those who were slightly weaker could also display the power of a saint on the motherships. Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and Old Saber Honcho each took control of 5 ancient saint mechas. With their strength, they could definitely display their power. As for Yi Fan, Ji Zi, Sacred Prince, Black Emperor, and Longma, they didn't need these. They also had the power to fight. In addition, there were a few battleships that were hundreds of meters long left for the people of the heavenly village to control. Everyone was mobilized, including children like Hua Hua. They were going to watch the battle and broaden their knowledge. In the end, they built a realm gate, tore open the space, and rushed into the eastern wasteland. They wanted to destroy the 2 great dynasties with their own strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party didn't have a foundation, or else they would start a more heavyweight contest. Yi Fan and the others had studied the 2 great dynasties in detail. The strategic locations of the 2 dynasties were arranged very carefully. They were scattered in secret places in the eastern wasteland and were very secretive. But tonight, they were all going to be uprooted. Qi Luo, Sacred Prince, and Ji Zi rushed straight towards the ancient palace. Meanwhile, the people of the great sage who were invited to come out of seclusion stood in the dark. If there was no need, they wouldn't make a move. As for Yi Fan and the others, they would first get rid of those strategic locations. Even though they were moving separately, in order to avoid any accidents, each team was powerful enough to thoroughly wash the place with blood. Boom! Wu Zhongtian and a few youngsters from the heavenly village controlled a several thousand meters long mothership. They were the first to attack and rushed into a small world. The mothership's power was so great that it was comparable to a saint's attack. Great Tao symbols flickered, and after the divine light swept out, this important land of the underworld was almost flattened. Die, all of you, return Lu Ko's life, return Grandpa Lu's life. Wu Zhongtian shouted crazily. Even his eyes were red. Back then, Lu Ko died, and his grandfather's forehead was pierced by an old assassin and nailed to the cliff. His blood dyed the cliff ground red. Ah! Miserable screams rose and fell. 80% of the people died under the first attack. A few people had their flesh and blood splattered in all directions as they tried to escape. Not a single person can live. Wu Zhongtian roared. The mothership's second attack landed, and everyone turned into bloody light. At the same time, on another battlefield, Li Heishui's eyes were bleeding in tears. He controlled a mothership and cried while sweeping through a small world of the human world. "Grandpa, I've come to take revenge for you," he roared and cried. Back then, Li Heng was also nailed to death by the people of the God of Assassins' imperial court in order to save him. Blood dyed the old man's body red. Those dim eyes, that withered body, every time he thought about it, he would feel so much pain that he wanted to die. This was a massacre. There was no mercy, no mercy. Bloody mist lingered in the air as corpses flew everywhere. In another small world, an important place in hell, it had become hell in reality. Dongfang Yi gave the ancient mech to his younger brother Dongfang Man. He was bare-chested, and his bronze-colored body was strong and powerful. His tendons were like dragons. He held a wolf-tooth club in his hand and swept away thousands of enemies. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed like a river and flesh splattered everywhere. As for Dongfang Man, he was a typical barbarian expert. His hair was disheveled like grass, and he controlled an ancient sage mecha. He swung his huge axe around like a wild beast, harvesting lives. Ghosts wailed and gods howled, and no one could escape. The two assassins of the ancient god dynasty usually walked in the shadows and assassinated the world. But now, they had become lambs to be slaughtered. Before the battle, everyone had studied the killing techniques of the celestial court. They were very familiar with the assassination techniques of hell and the human world, so they were not afraid at all. The bloody scene was cruel and miserable. Life was wailing and evil energy was released. "Grandpa Tian Qi, Grandpa Jing Shan, we have come to take revenge for you." Little Kay was crying. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were also sobbing. Hua Hua was crying and shouting. They were on a mothership and had followed the battle. Although they didn't take action, they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Boom! Yi Fan entered an important place in the north alone. It belonged to the human world. He used his golden fist to shatter the formation door and barged in. "Who is it?" a cold voice scolded. Meanwhile, a terrifying killing intent came from another direction. This was the most important small world apart from the ancient palace. There was a great completion king-level expert overseeing it. Now, he had silently made his move. "The person who will kill you." Yi Fan walked in openly and replied while attacking the great completion king-level expert in the dark. PFFF. Blood splattered everywhere on the spot. He killed this world-shocking killer king-level expert with a single punch and ended his bloody life. The others also cried out miserably. How could they stop Yi Fan's footsteps? He was alone as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Blood flowed like a river and shattered bones flew in all directions. This was a night of bloodshed. Even the stars and moon in the sky couldn't bear to look at it. Chaos rose in all directions. Hell and the human world were dyed in blood as they were attacked. Chapter 1199. Broken bones stained with blood splattered and flesh turned into mud. This was a battlefield of carnage. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, making people shiver. Wails filled the air. In the blood-stained scene, one body after another fell into the pile of corpses. The massacre was in progress, and no one could stop Yi Fan's footsteps. In the final strike, he tore open this decaying small dimension with his golden fist, turning all the bones and blood into ashes. This was the fourth small dimension he had slaughtered. There was no sympathy, no mercy. He was like an evil spirit from the kingdom of the dead, constantly attacking, his hands stained with blood. In the past, the two divine dynasties ran amok in the world. Once the order to kill was issued, the four seas turned cold and the eastern wasteland was poisoned, making people tremble with fear. Now, they had also reached a critical moment of life and death. They had suffered a devastating blow, and their foundation was collapsing as they were swept away. Yi Fan's heart was very cold and hard, without the slightest sympathy. He watched as one life after another disappeared between his golden fist and fingers, not even frowning. Taking revenge for an old friend and pulling out the tumor, he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. His body turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, rushing to the next place. This was a night of bloodshed. The most important places of the mortal world and hell had suffered a devastating blow. The demonic blade in old saber Hancho's hand swung, and a black blade light slashed across 3,000 zhang. Murderous intent swept through the universe, and starlight poured into his body. He hacked a small world, plunging the people here into misery and suffering. As a descendant of the celestial court, he had a great hatred in his heart. He had endured humiliation for many years, and now, facing this group of enemies, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, he slaughtered them all. The mortal world was said to be able to measure 90,000 zhang of the secular world. At their most glorious time, they could overlook the world and rule the 9 heavens. They had 9 small sealed worlds, but now, they were collapsing one by one. Hell, at its most powerful, was comparable to a group of fallen gods. Holding a blood-dripping divine sword, they beheaded the saints of the world. It was terrifying and bloody, and had a total of 18 layers, or 18 small worlds. The river of time flowed, and now, they were far from their peak state. Since the ancient times, a number of small sealed worlds had been destroyed, but they still left behind some of the most solid foundations. But at this moment, the foundation of the 2 divine dynasties had collapsed. Everyone in the eastern wasteland was attacking the lifelines of the 2 divine dynasties. The 5 masters, Dongfang Yi, Old Saber Hancho, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and Yao Yuekong, had reached the cutting Dao realm on Earth Heaven. Now that they were controlling the ancient sage war tools, they were invincible, and each of them could kill their enemies. Especially Li Tian, with the goddess furnace, the artifact of the great sage of Zhonggu, he had already destroyed 2 mysterious small worlds all by himself. In front of absolute power, everything else was illusory. The great sage of the ancient era's divine furnace attacked. Li flames overflowed into the heavens, and the essence of the sun overflowed in all directions, incinerating everything in the world. The blood had evaporated, and the bones had become scorched earth. The people of the celestial court killed their own way to the central region, because the most ancient palaces of the 2 divine dynasties were in that direction. It would be the final battleground. The 3 mother ships rumbled. Li Heishui, Little K, Wu Zhongtian, and Yitong shed tears as they killed to avenge their loved ones. Beams of godly light shot out, and Dao runes enveloped the area. The screams, begging for mercy, and the corpses of the dead intertwined with each other, playing a soul-calming song. The sleepless night, the night of blood and bones, and the shocking night were destined to be recorded in the annals of history because this was the end of an era. The killing continued, and the bloodshed continued. The assassins of the 2 ancient godly dynasties roared and fought back until their swords broke and their bodies collapsed, but the result couldn't be changed. Just like how they had destroyed the foundations of others in the past, the same thing happened to them tonight. This was a cycle. Kill. Shouts of killing shook the sky. No assassin could escape. This was a destructive blow, and the people of the celestial court were determined to kill all the high-level members of the 2 divine dynasties. The flames of war reached the sky, and blood dyed the ground. From the southern region to the northern region, and then to the central region, the entire eastern wasteland was swept away. Ancestors, rest in peace. Today, we will destroy hell and the human world. We will bring back your skulls and let you rest in peace. The people of the celestial court weren't the only ones fighting. The Ji family, Jade Lake Holy Land, Sky Demon Palace, Wavering Light Holy Land, Jianghu family, Dao Holy Land, and others had all received the notice at the last moment and came to participate in the battle. These people had no choice but to come. The bones of their ancestors were displayed in the most ancient palace in the world of assassins. When the news came, it was the same as forcing them to express their stance and take action. Kill. 49th generation ancestor, please wait. We will welcome you back and bury you in the family graveyard. Kill. Avenge our ancestors. Kill all these executioners, wash away the humiliation, and bring back the remains of our ancestors. Shouts of killing shook the sky. The world of mortals and the 18 layers of hell were collapsing. How could they resist such an army? The earth trembled. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped across the sky. It was as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were charging and descending into the world. Regardless of whether it was out of sincerity or out of helplessness, the holy lands of the eastern wasteland all sent people over. This was a force that couldn't be ignored. Some people brought divine weapons and started a massacre tonight. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. He walked alone in the cold and barren northern region and destroyed the fifth small world. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was cold and desolate. He stood on a cliff and looked into the distance. The foundation of the human world and hell in the northern region had been completely wiped out by him. Wang! The void trembled. He stepped into the realm gate under the moonlight and met up with the central region to begin the final expedition. This was a peaceful place. In the middle of the night, the barking of wild dogs and the cries of night owls could be heard from the distance, making this place seem even colder. No one would care about the mass grave. There were still a few corpses that were thrown mercilessly into the wilderness for a few wild dogs to gnaw on. No one would think that this was the entrance to the ancient palace of the Hell God dynasty. The most unshakable ancestral foundation was here. It was dirty and messy. It was close to a backward small city. It was very unremarkable. The corpses of dead people and animals were thrown here. Who would have thought that hell would tolerate it? It had always ignored it and was in the middle of a dirty mass grave. For tens of thousands of years, this small divine world had never been discovered by anyone. It was orderly and stable, and no one knew about it. The large black dog had already walked around this place dozens of times. The killing saint, GZ, and the sacred prince were standing still. There might even be a saint holding the line in the darkness. They wanted to destroy realm after realm, so they first came to the undying demonic land of hell. A saint of the Ji family and Wei Yi had already gone to the small divine world of the human world to guard and seal it for them. Everyone had a formation pattern on them to prevent their aura from leaking and alerting the enemy. Everyone was very cautious, and they were about to begin the final attack. Tell the people of the great sage's land to come here. The realm gate opened, and the news spread. Not long after, groups of people rushed over, forming a black mass. Some people brought saint tools. The Wavering Light Holy Land, the Jianghu family, the Jade Lake Holy Land, the Ji family, and the others all had their own way of hiding their aura. However, there was no need to hide now. The final battle had arrived. The large black dog was the first to rush in and break the formation, followed by Qi Luo, Yifan, GZ, the Sacred Prince, and Longma. Behind them were the armies of the various lands. A great battle suddenly broke out. After passing through the entrance of the illusion formation, there was a spacious land with lush vegetation. Stone cliffs rose up, and purple mist curled up. The mountains were strange and majestic. Enemy attack. An ear-piercing scream sounded. There was actually a king tier guarding the mountain gate, and he immediately gave an alarm. However, it was useless. Yifan took the lead and rushed over like a true dragon soaring through the sky. His fists were fierce and heavy, and in the instant he swung his leg, the void collapsed. He was extremely fast. He was using the row technique, and the formation in front of him was nothing. Golden blood chi surged like a sea, and he shattered the defense of the king tier with a single stomp, destroying the barrier of light. This person's cultivation was profound, and he was originally hiding in the void. However, in front of Yi Fan, he had nowhere to hide, and he attacked with his King-tier Dao tool in panic. Ka! Under Yi Fan's stomp, although the King-tier was divine and powerful, and was honored as a killing king, he still couldn't block it, and his Dao tool shattered. Bloody light surged. Yi Fan was extremely ruthless, and his foot pierced through the King-tier's chest. In the instant that his knee bent, he smashed his forehead and killed his primordial spirit. Shwa! This was lightning fast, and Yi Fan almost rushed over in a flash. He didn't stop at all, and a King-tier exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died just like that. Pung! In the instant that Yi Fan landed, he shattered the purple mountain in front of him with a punch. This was the target of his attack, and he made all the formations around the mountain gate lose their effectiveness, destroying the main formation flag gate. Kill! Kill, destroy the underworld, bring back the divine bones of our ancestors, wipe away all shame and humiliation. Angry roars sounded. Regardless of whether the people of the great sage's land were sincere or not, when they arrived here, they were all stirred up by this type of blood energy. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Everyone rushed forward together. All types of war chariots rumbled, and savage beasts tore apart the sky. Divine arrows shot out one after another, flying towards those restrictions. Hong! Expanse after expanse of divine light flew out, Dao traces appearing one after another. A destructive explosion erupted, energy overflowing into the heavens, dazzling and dazzling. This was a small divine realm, rumored to have been left behind by an archaic deity. It was found by the people of the underworld, and then turned into an important ancestral base. It was precisely because of this that this small realm was sturdy and undying, difficult to destroy. For all great powers, it was a piece of divine land. This is a precious land. If my celestial court establishes a sect on these ruins, it will flourish for 10,000 generations. This realm will be difficult to break through. Killing Saint Qi Luo said. Who dares intrude into the underworld? The deities will be furious. Everyone will pay for their sins with blood, all of you will fall. An enormous roar sounded, as if an archaic deity was roaring, shaking up many people until their blood and qi surged. There were even more people who directly exploded, dying a violent death in that instant. This was a wave of heaven overflowing holy might. In the spacious land up ahead, a stone beast was roaring. The powerful holy might was released from it. It opened its bloody eyes. This was a mountain-protecting stone beast, a statue that was placed before the gates of the underworld. It was shaped like a stone dragon, but it revived, as if it was a type of ancient life form that revived from the ancient past. This is a holy level puppet, who would have thought that the underworld would have this type of thing left behind? It really is too precious. Unfortunately, it has their will and soul imprints engraved on it, unable to be used by us. Qi Luo shook his head. Then let's kill it, completely destroy it. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince took action together, treading on the sky. They all produced holy artifacts, fighting this stone dragon together. Everyone was horrified. Their strength had long advanced. Even though they didn't cross tribulation, not verifying with heaven and earth, their bodies and primordial spirits had already completed transformations, able to fight saints. Chang. Void crack heavenly Dao. Clang. Sacred emperors transformed into war immortals. Hong. Divine body that defied the heavens. 3 great imperial prince-level figures took action together. Now, they could all fight saints, so the power was naturally powerful to the extreme, ear-splitting. Within the terrifying screen of light, the stone dragon roared angrily, roared, and struggled. In the end, it cried out in grief, and then cracked apart. Its holy level body exploded. Chapter 1200. The stone dragon's head tumbled down, and its sturdy and powerful body also shattered, exploding in all directions. Saint-level power spread out like a sword slicing through the heavens, shattering hundreds of mountains and turning thousands of hills into ashes. Killing Saint Chi Luo slashed at the void with his finger, and a large black crack appeared. He channeled all the destructive power into it, or else everyone present would be affected. The great sage's people all sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 princes had actually destroyed a saint-level puppet on the spot. What did this mean? They could kill real sages. Clang, the copper bell rang out, ringing out for several hundred li. The entire small divine world was filled with killing intent, sword energy weaved about. Tens of thousands of streaks flew out, hacking towards this direction. Pooh! One of the Purple Mansion's sacred land's war chariots was reduced to dust, and the experts inside were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Chi! Sword chi myriad illusionary winds and clouds rose, and colorful lights streaked across the sky. Even from far away, people would feel pain in their bodies, and their hair would be shaved off. For more than 100,000 years, no outsider had ever trespassed. This was a world of death, the residence of the ancient saints of the underworld. Even though it was no longer glorious, it was still world-shocking and full of killing intent. No matter who came to attack, they would not be able to advance without paying the price of blood. Xiao. A thick sword chi, which looked like a black mountain peak, swept over and chopped more than 10 people of the Jade Lake into bloody paste on the spot. This caused a burst of exclamations, and the rest of the people quickly retreated. Boom! The Yaoguang Holy Land suffered a heavy blow. A huge sword fell from the sky and chopped more than a dozen legendary figures into meat paste. This was a murderous calamity. Streak after streak of heaven-connecting sword energy flew out, thick like mountains, almost reaching the saint level. It was unknown if they were released by an ancient formation, or if they were cut down by someone. Chi Luo let out a long howl. The sound waves were like ocean waves as they engulfed the front and blocked all the sword chi. He was holding the line here as he cautiously stared at the depths of the profound world, guarding against the most terrifying enemy. The large black dog was infuriated, and he quickly set up a row of formation platforms. This was the incomplete Wuxia killing formation. Instantly, auspicious aura surged, and killing intent spread out in all directions. Boom! Smoke and dust rushed into the heavens ahead. A mountain region was flattened, but the sword energy was unending, still attacking. Kill! The sacred prince let out a long roar and leaped several kilometers into the sword light. He brandished his black cudgel and attacked in all directions. Rumble! The great mountain was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand even a single strike. If it didn't turn into ashes, it would be sent flying like rice straws. Large amounts of Dao patterns were forcefully destroyed by him. GZ walked forward, moving through the void. With a raise of his hand, several dozen mountain ridges were sent flying, tossing them into the depths of hell, neutralizing the attacks here. Yifan's entire body was like divine glass, surrounded by brilliant light. With each step, a golden gate was propped up. Endless weapons flew out, sweeping forward. Clanging sword cries shook the heavens, tearing apart heaven and earth. The drawn-out sound of a bell shocked the heavens, and when the ripples spread out, it destroyed everything. The pagoda rose and fell, destroying the Dao marks and obliterating the killing intent. The sacred prince, GZ, and Yifan moved together, cooperating with the Black Emperor's killing formation, forcibly carving out a path. Blood splashed outwards. The Divine Killer Court's casualties exceeded 100, and large amounts of terrifying restrictions were also broken through. Those who intrude into hell will not be able to return. They will fall here, forever unable to reincarnate. An eerie voice rang out. What a joke. Hell has already been exposed, so what does it count as now? Its destruction is imminent, yet you still dare threaten us? A Jiang family's supreme elder sneered. In the past, The Holy Lands feared you all because they didn't know about your nest and couldn't guard against it. Now, not a single one of you can leave. A living fossil from the great Yen Holy Land shouted. Deities, please open your eyes and devour everyone's blood. The sacrifices have already been prepared, so enjoy them to your heart's content. The gloomy voice sounded again. This type of tone was extremely strange, extremely cold, making one feel a horrifying aura, small goosebumps appearing on their skin. Pretending to be mysterious and deceiving. Before the Tao method that can hack apart the world, everything is empty. Hell's destruction is imminent. The Black Emperor roared. He opened his mouth and spat out 365 great banners, covering the sky and covering the earth. Smoke surged, killing intent endless as it swept outwards. An enormous sound rang through the air, an intense confrontation. All types of killing light flew out, turning the area in front into a scorched earth. Even chaotic energy was blasted outwards. It had to be said that Hell's defenses were extremely astonishing. Just the outer region already touched upon ancient divine formations, terrifying beyond compare. From time to time, heaven-shattering killing intent flew over. The Holy Land's people released cries of alarm. In the blink of an eye, several dozen people had their bodies hacked apart, collapsing into pools of blood. Everyone's faces were ashen. Even at the most crucial moment, the nest that hadn't appeared since the ancient times was discovered by the people of the world. Hell's people were still resisting with their backs against the wall. If this continued, even if they succeeded in taking down this small divine world, the casualties would still be disastrous. Another layer of restrictions was broken through. Everyone advanced through the shattered mountain region. This small divine world was incomparably sturdy. There were formation patterns everywhere, densely packed and filled with endless killing intent. Use the Cosmos Mothership to destroy this place. Yi Fan said. Heavenly Village had 3 motherships, but because the space here was limited and it was too dangerous, they only had Li Heishui control one to follow them in. Hong. Large amounts of light flew out, submerging everything in front of them, about to completely destroy this place. Blazing symbols engraved themselves in the void. This was the mothership's great Tao weapon, displaying great power. It was like a sharp sword cutting through grass, a single sweep sweeping through everything. All types of restrictions quickly collapsed. Yi Fan and the others continuously broke through 8 layers of danger. When they reached the 9th layer, they couldn't break through any further. They could clearly see the figures of the killer divine court's people, but they couldn't do anything. In that mountain region, black mists rose in spirals, dark clouds covering everything. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, the aura of death covering heaven and earth. The flawless ancient formation laid down by a sacred king. The Black Emperor was given a fright, his large eyes widening, radiance shooting out in all directions as they opened and closed. Everyone encountered great trouble. This ancient formation had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, yet only a small portion of it was damaged, difficult to break through. Give me the goddess furnace. Killing Saint spoke. Li Tian handed it over. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince walked up, activating the ancient great sage's top-grade magical artifact together with Qi Luo, blasting it forward. Attack there. The Black Emperor pointed. A crack appeared between his brows, that vertical eye able to see through the formation, searching for weaknesses and flaws. Hong. The ancient great sage's power erupted, flame essence overflowing into the heavens, domineering to the extreme. The goddess furnace was sparkling and translucent, crushing forward like a mountain. Kacha. A terrifying sound rang out. An enormous crack was forcefully hacked open in the sacred king's formation, the Tao traces there being obliterated. The flames of the goddess furnace overflowed into the heavens, as if it was going to refine this entire world. It pierced through this place, opening up a path of life. Without a doubt, the consumption of the ancient great sage's magical artifact was tremendous. If it was anyone else who released such a powerful attack, they would most likely have been sucked dry. Yi Fan and the others' complexions slowly returned to normal as they breathed in and out. They were fine, continuing to attack forward. Ah! Miserable cries rang out as the people from the various holy lands killed their way in, attacking the people from the Hell God dynasty mercilessly. In this place, the formation's Dao patterns decreased sharply, and its power wasn't as strong. Everyone could pass through and chase after the assassins. Something's not right. Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He had a bad premonition, because they had reached the deepest part of the Hell God dynasty, but they didn't see the legendary White Bone Palace. We've attacked, but where are the Hell's killing saint? Why is the highest cultivation only that great completion king we saw at the start, and there's also a stone dragon puppet? Where are the other giants? Retreat quickly. Not good, we might be in trouble. Everyone's expressions changed. There was a vast expanse of land in front of them, as if an ancient building had been uprooted, leaving only traces. Clearly, that should be the most ancient palace, but it was no longer there. The entire divine spirit world seemed to have been abandoned, and not a single one of the giants from the Hell God dynasty had appeared. Go! Longma was the first to take out a formation platform. He opened the realm gate and wanted to escape. Without the Saint King's formation to block them, leaving shouldn't be a problem. However, he was immediately stunned. The realm gate had just been opened, but it was silently destroyed again. He couldn't escape. The others also encountered the same problem. What happened? Although there weren't many people from the various holy lands, there were still 500 to 600 of them in total. It was chaos. Who would have thought that our hell would have such a day? Even the ancestral land of the gods has been breached. As expected, there is no eternal divine dynasty, and there is no immortal inheritance. Everything will reach its end one day, and the vicissitudes of prosperity and decline are eternal truths. A withered figure appeared inside. He was like a ghost, and just now, he had actually evaded everyone's divine senses. It's the Hell God dynasty's killing saint. Someone shouted. Qi Luo's eyes flickered. The blood transformation blade in his hand increased explosively, and it was about to slash out at any moment. However, after looking carefully, he stopped. The ghost-like killing saint said to himself, in the end, it's still our hell's decline. If it was during the glorious times of the primordial era, even if we didn't have any trump cards, 10 ancient saints wouldn't necessarily be able to take us down. It's just a shadow, Yi Fan said. He could shatter the shadow left behind by killing Saint with a single punch. Hee. Everyone, you should just go on your way. I didn't think that you would really be able to find this place. This is the first time since the ancient times. You can always live longer if you're careful. All of you, die. Killing Saint's eyes were terrifying. The surrounding heaven and earth suddenly changed, and it pressed forward. Dao flames raged, turning into a cage that wanted to burn everyone into ashes. Ah! Miserable cries immediately rang out. In an instant, a large number of people from the various holy lands died or were injured. They couldn't resist and were turned into ashes. Ancient Great Sage's formation pattern. The Black Emperor said in shock. When everyone heard this, their faces all turned snow-white. The small divine world was being compressed, and there were actually Great Sage-level Dao patterns imprinted on it. The entire mysterious world was a giant killing formation. What a pity. It would be great if 7 or 8 saints came in. That way, it would be worth it. However, having 3 imperial princes is enough. The hell-killing saint who was all skin and bones said sinisterly. You really are willing to part with it. Using the ancient Great Sage's formation like this rare small divine world will collapse. A living fossil from the Great Yen Holy Land said with an anxious expression. There was no way for them to escape. The small divine world produced a world stone, and we dug it out. That was its essence, and it can be used to reopen the mysterious world in the future. Alright, all of you can go on your way. The hell-killing saint's shadow shouted. He merged into the formation, and terrifying killing intent erupted. Hong! The people from the various holy lands were alarmed. Someone brought a divine artifact. Even though it wasn't a divine artifact, its power was still shocking. They attacked with all their might, but they couldn't break open this world. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. Life blossomed. More than half of the several hundred people died in the blink of an eye. Blood flowed everywhere. In front of the ancient great sage's formation, the cultivators were as weak as ants. They were like wheat being cut down, falling in rows. Hong! Yan Ishi released a clear roar, activating the goddess furnace. He opened the lid and swallowed Li Tian, Longma, Black Emperor, Mothership, and all the other people and artifacts that could be taken in. This was a killing calamity. The goddess furnace could block the great sage's ancient formation's attack, but even after everyone fell inside, they still couldn't escape from danger. Energy surged, and the great sage's artifact trembled. Even though the divine furnace wasn't damaged, everyone couldn't take it. Many people turned into bloody paste inside the furnace. Yi Fan's expression was extremely cold. He brought out the green cauldron and held it in his hand, blocking in front of everyone to protect himself. When the great sage-level fluctuations surged over, the green cauldron finally released a hazy immortal light, blocking the heaven-overflowing energy. Hong! The small divine world couldn't withstand the power of the great sage's formation and finally collapsed. Divine light wrapped around the survivors as they rushed out. The Black Emperor struggled free from the divine light. His entire body was covered in blood as he fell onto the ground. He roared, "This Emperor's meticulously prepared unrivaled killing formation hasn't even been used, yet I was almost killed by someone." Yi Fan's expression was extremely cold. "I just knew that the ancient divine dynasty is difficult to destroy. Even if they aren't as glorious as before, they are still extremely dangerous. However, they won't be able to escape this disaster." Chapter 1201. The small divine world was collapsing. It contained the ancient great sage's formation imprint. The fluctuations it emitted were terrifying enough to make deities weep and immortals cry. Everyone was covered in blood. If not for the green cauldron, they might have already been torn to pieces and fallen. The goddess furnace was unharmed because it was the great sage's magical artifact. However, the people here hadn't reached this level yet, so they couldn't withstand the impact of the great sage's level. They're all dead. Longma's body was mottled with blood. When it turned around, it discovered that the 500 to 600 people from the Holy Lands had been completely wiped out. Even though Yi Fan had taken out the green cauldron, the green light's range was limited. It wasn't a large-scale attack, but a type of instinctive self-defense. Apart from GZ, the Sacred Prince, the Black Emperor, and Qi Luo, even the Saint-grade Mothership was half destroyed. Li Heishui was coughing up blood as he collapsed on the ground. 7 or 8 damaged divine artifacts were destroyed in this battle. They couldn't resist that kind of heavenly might. Once the ancient great sage's formation appeared, it could cut the moon and split the stars. Many saints couldn't do anything even if they joined hands. Everyone was speechless. Hell was truly ruthless. They didn't hesitate to destroy the small divine world that was rarely seen since ancient times. This was a trap set up to deal with Wei Yi from Tianxian Stone Square, the old master of Qi Shi Manor, and other saints. Ah! There were some people from the Holy Lands who still had weak divine senses. However, they were about to vanish into thin air. Their bloody bones had long turned into mush, and they could only wail and wail. "Our bodies and souls have been destroyed." They cried out in fear, but they couldn't change anything. This place had become hell in name and in reality. The entire small world had been destroyed, and the great sage's formation had collapsed. The last sound had been scattered by the aftermath. Hong. Killing Saint took out the goddess furnace. Its entire body shone brilliantly and rippled with crystalline light. It erased the last traces of the killing formation, and this place regained its peace. The Holy Land's army had been completely annihilated. Hell was ruthless and decisive. They abandoned the nest that had never changed since the beginning of time. The first time someone attacked, they directly detonated this place. The only fortunate thing was that only Yi Fan and a few key people came in. They didn't bring the Heavenly Village's descendants. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill them all. Hell and the human world will definitely be destroyed. You dare to trick this emperor? Your lair has been discovered. Let's see where you can escape to. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and wiped off the blood on his body. Let's go to the human world. Yi Fan said. The group tore open the void and stepped into the realm gate, rushing towards the other ancestral land of assassins. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was gentle, and the ground was shrouded in a thin layer of white smoke. The mountain village was quiet, backed by a small mountain. The houses were majestic, the mulberry forest was everywhere, the bamboo forest was green, and the fertile farmland in front of the village was crisscrossed. This was a small mountain village. Chickens and dogs could be heard occasionally, and frogs could be heard croaking in the fish pond. Although there were sounds of insects, it was quiet and serene. For so many tens of thousands of years, no one knew that the human world was hidden in this paradise-like countryside, and the entrance was a dried-up well outside the village. At this moment, the great army was like a steel jungle, motionless. They had already sealed off the area, and a few saints were hidden in the dark, silently blocking the area. When Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and the others went to hell, another group of people from the Holy Lands had already arrived, including the old saint of the Ji clan who had been sealed until now. What was surprising was that the current saint of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yifei, had personally arrived. He rode on a golden roar and walked on the moon. He was elegant and refined, extraordinary and refined. On the other side, the Jade Lake Saintess' white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Under the moonlight, she was as beautiful as the master of the Moon Palace. The people of the Heavenly Village had gathered their main forces in hell, while the people of the Holy Lands had gathered their main forces here. In addition, the saint of the Holy Land of Super Yen had come in person. After all, some important figures had come. The Purple Mansion Saintess had also come out of seclusion. As a connate Dao fetus, she was now untainted by the mortal world. Her celestial appearance was pure and untainted, and she was enshrouded in purple energy. She was in harmony with the Tao, and her every movement was unfathomable. After so many years, no one knew what level she had reached. Those who attacked hell are all dead. After the leaders of the Holy Lands gathered here heard this, they all frowned. Although they weren't elites and couldn't damage the foundation, it was still a big setback. We have reason to believe that this place is most likely a trap, an old saint lord said. The reputation of the human world and hell had been famous for thousands of years. The whole world feared them. As long as their lair wasn't destroyed, their inheritance would continue. Even if they declined, there would be a day when they would return. Now, they weren't as prosperous as they used to be. In general, they were in a weak period, but they still weren't a force that could be shaken by ordinary great forces. Everyone frowned. If they didn't succeed tonight, then they would have to face terrifying attacks for a long time in the future. That would be a nightmare. 2 killing saints, no matter how tight the defense was, it would still be a great disaster. If they weren't eliminated, many people would be beheaded, and even their orthodoxies would be destroyed. They stepped into the mysterious world of the human world. The mountains and rivers inside were beautiful, and multicolored light rose between the peaks. It was like a paradise, and there were spiritual birds and auspicious beasts of various sections. It didn't look like a country of killers. The Cosmos mothership moved through the sky, forcefully destroying the entrance, expanding the passageway countless times. Killing intent erupted, and there were killers from the divine dynasty retaliating. Everyone didn't advance rashly. They stood outside, using magical force to sweep forward, causing the blood of the killers in front of them to splash out. Mists of light rose, and corpses were everywhere. We can confirm that the giants here have long retreated. After everyone carefully observed, they came to this conclusion. It was the same defense as in hell. They wanted to resist intensely, lure everyone into a trap, and then kill them all. What do we do? Everyone was anxious. If they didn't destroy the land of the two great sage, then they would face a nightmare in the future. Regardless of whether it was the handsome Jianghu or the elegant Jade Lake Saint Lady, they all frowned. This made everyone feel uneasy. Let me give it a try. I'll use the innate heaven's fate to see if I can sense a few special circumstances, the Purple Mansion Saint Lady said. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden said. She sat down cross-legged and used her innate divine technique to fuse with the great Tao, activating the entire divine spirit realm. The innate Tao core was incomparably mysterious, having the same type of constitution as the Western Emperor. It was rumored that Great Emperor Wuxia's mother also had this type of constitution. It was terrifying beyond compare. They were innately close to the great Tao and could pry into the secrets of the world. Everyone was hopeful. They stopped attacking and protected her in the center, waiting quietly. The Purple Mansion Saint Lady closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. Her skin was translucent like white jade, emitting a sparkling luster. Strands of Tao light shot out, merging with the mysterious world. Heaven and earth intertwined, and she became the only one in the light, hazy and holy. The great Tao that had experienced the vicissitudes of time came to merge with her, making her incomparably mysterious. At this moment, she became the embodiment of the great Tao, deriving all the secrets of this place, wanting to recreate the past. Seeing this, Yi Fan also sat down. He used the ancient technique recorded in the Vedas, which he had obtained from the other side of the starry sky, to reverse time and trace back to the source, wanting to recreate the past. Divine Tao waves spread out, and the saint body and Tao core actually reacted. They mutually boosted each other, causing the great Tao of heaven and earth to completely merge, drowning the two of them. Everyone was shocked, and they all revealed strange expressions. The Black Emperor was just angry, but now he was incomparably excited. He shouted in a low voice, "Innate saint body, Tao core, recreate someone like great Emperor Wuxia." Boom! With a final tremor, Yi Fan and the Purple Mansion Saint Lady opened their eyes, revealing expressions of shock. The great Tao was traceless, and it had long been severed. There was nothing left here. There was no way to find out. The killing saints of the mortal world had done it cleanly, cutting off all traces of the past. What should they do? Some of the Holy Lands were incomparably regretful. After this battle, there would definitely be a great calamity. How would they face the anger of the two killing saints? Even if they used their trump cards, it wouldn't bode well against the killing saints. These were demons born to kill. What should we do now? There will be a bloody battle in the future, and who knows how many people will die. If we can't destroy the two divine dynasties, we will have to face their endless revenge. Damn it, why is it like this? Everyone was worried and clenched their fists. They paced back and forth, but there was nothing they could do. It was too late for regrets. Yi Fan stood up and looked at Qi Luo, saying, "I'll go in and bring it out intact." Killing Saint Qi Luo nodded and said, "Be careful. Although there are no more killing saints guarding this place, you still have to be careful. If you touch the great sage level array, nothing will be left of this place." What are you guys talking about? Could it be that there is a way? Everyone was surprised and looked over. That's right, the ancient god dynasty must be destroyed. Yi Fan nodded. He walked into the distance. The Ji family saint, Wei Yi, Qi Luo, the old master of the Qishir Manor, the #1 bandit of the northern region, and the others all came out and walked over. Yifan took out a broken green cauldron. He stepped inside and sat cross-legged. He asked the saints to take action and use this cauldron to send him into the depths of the God Spirit's small world. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The people of the Holy Lands all looked at the ancient cauldron that was modeled with copper and looked like scrap metal. For a moment, they were speechless. This is, back then, the biggest winner of the Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral land, is him. Back then, even the kings of the ancient races and the orthodoxies of the various emperors were alarmed. The world was shocked. They went to the dragon vein of the Central Plains to fight for the immortal cauldron, but in the end, nothing happened. Today, it actually appeared in the hands of Yifan. Many people's eyes burned with passion. All of them were greatly moved, but they didn't dare to express anything. Now, how many people could kill the saint physique? It was very difficult to snatch it away. This cauldron actually needed so many people to work together to activate it. It shocked everyone so much that they were speechless. Xiao. A faint green light flashed. The bronze cauldron carried Yifan and passed through it. It was faster than lightning. Vaguely, the power of time seemed to be reversing. The entire space seemed to be reshaping. It was too terrifying and strange. The ancient saint's array was obstructing it, but it was penetrated by this cauldron. It broke through the restrictions and forcibly opened up a path. It created a terrifying hole and passed through. Everyone was shocked. After a long time, someone asked how exactly the two great god dynasties were found. Killing Saint Qi Luo was silent. Sadness appeared on his face as he slowly walked into the distance. His back was bleak, as if he had suddenly aged 1,000 years. Old Saber Hancho followed him and supported his own grandfather. An old man from Heavenly Village sighed lightly and told them the secret. Killing Saint Qi Luo had 7 children. Many years ago, they were sent to the small strongholds of hell and the mortal world respectively. It was all for the sake of finding the important places of the two great god dynasties and then groping their way into the final ancient palace. No one knew what happened during this period of time. During these endless years, the people of Heavenly Village had seen Qi Luo cry loudly 5 or 6 times. Every time, he was grief-stricken. The final result was that Qi Luo adopted a grandson. Old Saber Hancho accompanied him at his side. Everyone thought that he was his own grandson. Needless to say, his own son and others had all died. If his 7 sons were still alive, they should have had a large number of children surrounding the killing saint. However, in the end, he was all alone. My last uncle endured for more than 2,000 years. 2 years ago, he successfully entered the mortal world's most ancient palace. However, not long after, he also died. Old Saber Hancho said. The reason why the ancestral lands of the mortal world and hell could be discovered was because of this person. After the destruction of the celestial court, only 2 or 3 small shrimps survived. It was not until Qi Luo's generation that the situation improved and they recovered some of their strength. They had been weak for a long time. Their predecessors spent a lot of effort, but they could only find 1 or 2 small strongholds. Qi Luo endured the pain and let all his sons and daughters think of a way to enter. After such a long period of time, they finally entered the highest ancient palace. My last child succeeded. He wasn't exposed. However, because he was sent to excavate a place, the people who went with him were all killed. Qi Luo said indifferently. Endless sorrow filled the depths of his eyes. Father and son were connected by blood. They had a kind of secret method that allowed them to have a brief telepathic connection before they died. 2 years ago, when the last youngest son's soul was cut off, he wept blood and passed on a set of strange coordinates to him. However, his soul power was too weak, so he didn't have time to finish talking. In the end, he told him that it was engraved in a place in the mortal world and that he could find it. The mortal world and hell combined to excavate a heaven domain. After excavating it, they killed all the participants. This was Qi Luo's judgment. Boom! All of a sudden, the small world of the gods and the mortal world collapsed. The ancient great sage's formation was revived. Everyone was shaken. It strangled and destroyed everything in the world. Everyone retreated. Yi Fan rushed out while riding the green cauldron. How was it? Everyone rushed forward and surrounded him. They asked nervously. We succeeded. We found the coordinates of a heaven domain. Yi Fan answered. When Killer Saint Qi Luo heard this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Murky old tears rolled down his face. His body trembled. There was relief, but also endless sorrow. He murmured only one word, child. A cold wind blew over. Mist lingered between heaven and earth. Everyone was cheering. This meant that the two great divine dynasties might be completely destroyed. Everyone had a rough guess. The people of the killer god imperial court must have hidden in that heaven domain. They had given up their lair since ancient times and were going to hide here. At this moment, only Qi Luo was lonely. He couldn't say a word for a long time. His body was trembling slightly. He looked up at the horizon and let his old tears fall. Old Sword Honcho went up to support him. He couldn't say anything and could only accompany him at his side. Senior, let's go and destroy these two great divine dynasties. Yi Fan said. He couldn't say anything else at this moment. Only by completely eliminating the enemy would he feel the greatest consolation. Charge, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Go to that heaven domain and completely flatten it. Let the two great ancient divine dynasties become history and vanish like smoke in thin air tonight. Everyone roared in anger. The formation platform had already been sent out. The realm gate had already been opened. Everyone went on their way and rushed towards that heaven domain. This was an ancient land. It was actually in the outer realms. There was primal chaos lingering about. It had left the surface of the ancient stars, so it was truly too difficult to be discovered. Chapter 1202. The mist flowed slowly. Deathly stillness was the eternal theme. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound. This was the outer realm, a high and mighty heaven region that had left the earth. In reality, the hazy mist wasn't mist, but true primal chaos. This place was extremely barren, retaining the most primitive aura. For cultivators, primal chaos was precious energy. If they could refine it, they could turn it into evil energy in magic treasures and deduce the secrets of the heavenly Tao. However, not many people could use it. Only saints could absorb it and refine their bodies. Looking down from the outer realm, a huge star was incomparably vast and beautiful. However, it was only one of the many stars in the heavens, a drop in the ocean. Hiding here, completely far away from the ancient stars. If not for that set of coordinates, who could find it? The ancient god dynasty had already prepared a path of retreat. They had a premonition that the situation wasn't good, so they gave up on their ancestral land. They were quite decisive. This was already the outer realm, quite a distance away from the ancient life stars. If not for the Black Emperor's formation being powerful and mysterious, how could ordinary people reach here? The path of immortality was about to open. Not long ago, two terrifying killing ancestors had charged into the false immortal gate. After that, the two great god dynasties sensed danger and made preparations for a full retreat. We've finally found them. We can't let a single one of them escape. Old Saber Honcho roared. Standing beside Qi Luo, he wanted to take revenge for his 7 uncles. Killing Saint had long since regained his calm. His expression was indifferent, without joy or worry. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to destroy hell and the human world so that the souls of his 7 sons could rest in peace. The heaven region was a desolate primal chaos land. It was a naturally narrow spacetime that formed a small sky. After being excavated, it could become a paradise. Vicious Great Tomb and the false Immortal Gate that appeared not long ago were true primal chaos divine lands. They were full of vitality and contained all kinds of ancient medicines and divine treasures. It was a small world. And this sky was formed after the primal chaos divine lands dried up. It had lost 90% of its spiritual energy, but it was still a rare land of treasures. This is the abandoned seclusion land of the ancient gods. Even though it has withered away, it is still a blessing. It was actually discovered and excavated by the two great god dynasties. This is truly a good fortune. The entrance to the heavenly domain was an expanse of nothingness, merging with the dark universe. If not for Yi Fan and the Black Emperor disintegrating the seal, it would have been difficult for them to discover it even if they were standing right in front of them. Chaotic energy became even thicker, flowing out. The inside was serene and peaceful, as if an archaic vicious beast that was going to devour people opened its enormous mouth, making one feel great fear. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No one from the Holy Lands was willing to take the first step. One had to understand that there were two killing saints inside, and if they took action, an undying inheritance might be destroyed. Qi Luo looked calm as he walked in first, followed by Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the Sacred Prince. Behind them were Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others in their ancient Saint Mechs. What are you afraid of? I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to take care of all of them, the large black dog yelled. He was valiant and spirited, and he also rushed in. Longma was right behind him. All the Holy Lands moved when they saw this. They had already slaughtered their way here. This battle was unavoidable. No matter how terrifying these two killing saints were, they still had to be eliminated. Otherwise, there would never be a day of peace. Whoosh! They walked into a dark space, and after walking 100 zhang, a thunderous sound rang out ahead. A waterfall poured down, blocking an ancient cave. This is Primal Chaos Waterfall. Everyone was shocked, and they all widened their eyes. This was the ancient cave that one had to pass through in order to enter the heaven domain. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be stopped outside, unable to pass through at all. When this primal chaos waterfall descended, even Dao-severing experts would be crushed to pieces, unable to endure it. Rise! Yi Fan released a light shout, activating the all-life source Qi Cauldron. It turned into a simple carrier of the great Tao, rising and falling in the primal chaos waterfall, cutting it off. When everyone saw this, they were shocked, envious, and incomparably jealous. This kind of magic treasure and immortal material that was born at the beginning of the world was difficult to find in the entire world, rarely seen throughout the ages, yet it fell into his hands. All the Holy Lands coveted it, yet they couldn't obtain it. The group of people entered one after another, all of them walking in. After passing through the ancient cave, they finally entered the paradise ahead. They immediately sensed a wave of great changes and magnificence, and there was even more endless spiritual energy rushing over. Even though the primal chaos divine earth had dried up, the remaining spiritual energy was less than a tenth of what it was originally. It was still greater than the outside great world, a cultivation precious land. The majestic spiritual mountains, verdant divine valleys, jade ribbon-like streams, dripping divine springs, as well as ancient medicines within stone cracks, all of this made one's mind tremble. If they lived in seclusion here, it couldn't be more ideal. If the two great divine dynasties remained dormant for several thousand years and reappeared in the later generations, their strength would definitely increase greatly, threatening all parts of the world. Within the spacious valley, there were several enormous skeletons that flowed with faint golden luster. They were all archaic species that had died for who knew how many years, yet were still preserved until now. Many people swallowed their saliva. These were creatures that were originally in the primal chaos divine earth, definitely already at the saint level. Their bloodlines dried up, dying here of old age, unexpectedly not transforming into the Tao. This was the most ideal artifact refinement material, making one's eyes go red. Everyone, let's not worry about these things for now. Getting rid of the two giants is more important. Old Blade Honcho said. After passing through this region, the true mountain gate stood in their way. A formless killing energy pervaded the air. Only after arriving here did they approach the most terrifying important place. No one should act rashly, or else there might be a fatal disaster. The Black Emperor reminded. However, as soon as its words fell, an enormous streak of sword energy swept over. Several dozen people were sliced in half at the waist, releasing mournful cries. These halves of their bodies tumbled about while carrying large amounts of blood. What is going on? The face of an elder from the wavering light Holy Land immediately became green. Ancient medicine. A disciple cried out miserably. It was all because they went to pick a 30,000-year-old precious medicine from the stone cliff, triggering the restrictions, causing a group of people to encounter a disaster. It could be said that every step they took was filled with danger. Kill. The two great divine dynasties definitely noticed our arrival a long time ago. The Cosmos Mothership rose into the sky, releasing a streak of blazing light. Great Tao symbols engraved themselves in front of them, raising the mountain gate to the ground. Hong. A terrifying aura erupted, and a majestic black shadow appeared. It released an aura that made even ancient saints shudder as it hacked over. This was a group of great swords, or to be more precise, sword-like mountain peaks. Every mountain peak pierced into the clouds. Hundreds and thousands of them were together, grand and majestic. Each one was like a sharp sword, straight up and down. Tens of thousands of streaks of sword energy shot out from the mountain peaks, sweeping over one after another. This was a killing tribulation, a saint-level killing formation. The Cosmos Mothership was swept away. If not for the energy passport being activated, it might have already disintegrated. Its offensive power was extremely shocking. Xiao, 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 the sword energy was like a ray of light, sweeping past. In almost an instant, hundreds of people from the various holy lands had their heads cut off, their bodies sliced apart, and they were chopped into meat paste. Blood blossomed one after another. This was a saint-level attack, so naturally, no one could block it. Hong. Holy might surged. The various holy lands brought out their holy weapons and immediately activated them, finally blocking the attack and protecting the others. Martial uncle, what's wrong with you? Hurry and wake up. A youth shook an old body. Junior sister, don't sleep, quickly open your eyes. A young man hugged a female cultivator. All kinds of noise and sorrowful sounds rang out. The two great killer divine dynasties were extremely terrifying. They didn't send out any disciples below the saint level at all, immediately killing them. Break. Killing Saint Chi Luo released a loud roar, activating the great sage's magical artifact, Goddess Furnace. His eyes were completely empty as he released the Celestial Court's great killing technique. Hong. Hundreds to over 1,000 sword mountains exploded one after another. Ancient saint-level fluctuations were intense, as if the starry sky was disintegrating and spreading outwards. The saint-level sword mountains were destroyed, turning into a chaotic flow that flattened this region, turning it into a barren land. Insignificant ants, yet you dare to gnaw on the body of an enormous dragon. Once you find the heaven domain, none of you will be able to live. A terrifying voice rang out, causing the entire space to tremble. Chi Luo led the group forward, not fearing this kind of threat. The blood transformation blade in his hand reached tens of thousands of zhang, sweeping through countless restrictions, turning the forbidden region into a path. A blazing killing light flew up. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince resisted together, scattering this terrifying fluctuation that could kill saints in the void. In front of them was a stretch of jade platforms, each of which was sparkling and transparent, filled with boundless killing intent. They floated in mid-air, releasing an aura that made people feel despair. Although the three Thearch's children had shattered the killing light, the aura still leaked out in a large area, and waves of miserable screams could be heard from behind. More than 300 people from the various holy lands died in an instant. All of their bodies exploded, unable to withstand the ancient sacred king's aura and killing intent. In front of them was a Saint King-level killing formation. Do you really think the holy lands are ants? Break for me. Jianghu rode on the golden roar and rushed forward. Above his head, a divine furnace appeared. 9 divine birds circled around, and a sun hung in the sky. It was incomparably terrifying, resisting the Saint King-level killing formation. Hong. He raised his hand and pointed. This divine furnace flew up and rushed forward, landing in the killing formation and exploding on the spot. Boundless light mist flew up, and the intense energy almost cracked this piece of primal chaos divine soil, flattening the killing formation and turning it into red soil. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a forbidden tool that was more powerful than ordinary saint tools. A forbidden tool made by imitating the eternal universe imperial furnace. It requires the consumption of many rare natural treasures, and it doesn't need to use magic power. It operates on its own, but it can only be used once. An old man muttered, deducing the truth. The Jiang family's foundation was shocking. They were experts in refining forbidden tools, imitating their own imperial furnace to refine such a terrifying weapon. It could emit a wisp of imperial might, instantly flattening the Saint King-level killing formation. It was truly frightening. Obviously, Jianghu's attack had stunned the 2 divine dynasties. There was a moment of silence, and not a single sound was heard. If this forbidden tool smashed into Killing Saint's body, he would most likely be slaughtered. However, this was ultimately a tool and not a living person. Killing Saint could dodge it, but after thinking about it, it was still difficult to threaten him. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out. The hell soul-suppressing song rang out. This was Killing Saint's attack, and the sound waves were even more terrifying than sword chi. They were everywhere, piercing through the void and killing everyone. The Holy Lands had brought their saint tools, but they actually couldn't defend against it. The hell soul-suppressing song killed in all directions. In that instant, the sounds of popping rang out incessantly. More than 400 people died a violent death, all turning into bloody paste. It was a tragic sight to behold. The old Holy Lord of the Great Yen Holy Land went crazy. Most of the people who died were their elites. They had originally prepared a saint-level killing formation, but before they could lay it out, these people holding the formation flags had all died. Kill. With a loud roar, a sparkling and translucent stone person rushed up like an ice diamond, disappearing into the front and roaring fiercely. This was a saint-level puppet, one of the Great Yen Holy Land's trump cards. It had been brought here to launch a frenzied attack. At the same time, Yifan let out a long roar. Golden blood energy rushed out from the top of his head like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. He shook out the heavenly swastika, dispelling the killing song of hell and blocking this killing calamity. No one behind him fell. All of you, die for me. The Black Emperor roared. Just now, he had rushed to the front to break the formation, so he bore the brunt of the killing song. His eardrums were almost torn apart, and strands of blood flowed out. At this moment, he was furious. He continuously activated formation platforms, sweeping forward. Under the dazzling killing light, the Black Emperor's formation platforms destroyed the hell soul-suppressing stage and disintegrated this demonic land. Everyone went crazy, rushing forward together. After fighting to this place, everyone felt that they weren't far from the ancient sacred palace. Ah, kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens, and miserable cries rose and fell. After fighting to this point, they finally encountered the old assassins of the 2 great divine dynasties. After overcoming the difficulties one after another, the assassins' corpses laid on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. all of you must die." An aged voice sounded, carrying dense killing intent as it said, "Activate the divine formation, refine everyone for me. Activate your second grandpa, wipe them all out for me." The Black Emperor opened his third vertical eye, activating numerous formation platforms. Chapter 1203. Swish, 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 an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air as 9,990 silver divine arrows pierced through the void. Their killing intent was monstrous. Just that kind of aura alone was enough to cause many people to collapse, not to mention the true might of the arrows. 9,999 arrows. Every silver arrow was flowing with holy might. Who in the world could withstand it? This was a massacre. Bang! The Ice Diamond Man of the Super Yen Holy Lands was being shot to death. Every silver arrow was like a sledgehammer smashing into his body. The deafening sound of the arrows was boundlessly powerful. He was first sent flying by dozens of arrows, and then a few thick silver arrows pierced through his body, causing him to let out a miserable cry. This was a saint-level puppet, but it had suffered serious damage from the shocking formation. In front of its body, Dao marks and divine chains of order interweaved, turning into countless runes. However, it couldn't stop the arrows at all and was completely pierced through. In the blinding light, a dense number of arrows rained down, turning the golem into a hedgehog. Then, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into monstrous energy fluctuations. Without the protection of the ancient formation, this primal chaos divine soil would have been completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. This kind of power was too concentrated and vast. Ah! The sect master of the Super Yen Holy Land roared in anger. This was a huge loss, but he couldn't change the outcome. The simultaneous release of 9,990 divine arrows was enough to destroy several saints. This was a killing field specially prepared for existences of this level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a divine killing formation. It was unknown how many people from the Holy Land turned into bloody light. Large numbers of people fell, and in the end, they didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Boom! The Black Emperor roared. The 108 main formation platforms and 365 divine gates lit up continuously, and 3,600 rays of the great Tao swept out together to block the divine arrows. This was a bitter confrontation. The power of this killing formation was boundless and could already kill saints. It wasn't just one or two, but a large number of them, turning this place into a land of death. Without the protection of a divine artifact, everyone would die without a doubt. They needed the power of an ancient saint to defend, and they needed to work together to resist. These killing formations clashed intensely. The fluctuations weren't something ordinary people could face. Fresh faces turned into withered bones one after another, turning into ashes. How many arrays did the God of Killers dynasty have? This was the answer everyone wanted to know amidst their trembling bodies. It was because they were all left behind by ancient saints, and their destructive power was too great. The Black Emperor roared angrily. It hid behind the goddess furnace, barking madly as it sacrificed all of the materials it had accumulated over the years. Its heart was dripping blood. It had used everything it had to create many exceptional formations, but right now, it was rapidly being consumed, and the losses were tremendous. Damn the ancient divine dynasty. How many Dharma treasures of the way of killing do they have? Why do they never stop using them? In the depths of the heaven domain, the ancestor-level figures of the two great divine dynasties were also stupefied. This was the accumulation of generations of ancestors, the sacred killing formation platform left behind. When combined together, it was said that it could shoot down deities. However, at this moment, they were collapsing one after another. Their faces were twitching, and their hearts ached to the extreme. They felt even worse than the Black Emperor. A single formation pedestal was equivalent to a single killing formation of the ancient sage. For them to be grouped together in such a manner, it was definitely a horrifying sight to behold. And yet, they were being destroyed one after another. Even if a few saints entered the formation, they would still be destroyed. They actually managed to block it? Kill, 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 kill. The Black Emperor had gone mad from killing. She used the goddess furnace as the main formation flag, and with a quang dang sound, she tossed it into the center. Everyone's faces paled. When the large black dog went berserk, it was truly terrifying. He even tossed out the great sage's weapon. Fortunately, there were other saint tools to defend them, or else they would have been in great trouble. However, the effects were obvious. With the ancient great sage's spirit tool as the first formation flag, that kind of might covered heaven and earth, destroying heaven and earth. The other party's formation platforms were shattered one after another, and boundless energy swept out in reverse. They've gone mad, they've truly gone mad. This is a true battle to exterminate a sect. Even the great battles of the past dark ages are nothing more than this. There are so many ancient killing formation platforms involved. Regardless of whether it was the enemy or the ally, they were all stunned. They couldn't help but feel horrified. This was definitely a killing calamity. Fortunately, both sides were balanced. If one side was slightly weaker, they would have immediately been destroyed. The formation patterns finally dimmed. The ground was a complete mess, and there were fragments of divine materials everywhere. It was unknown just how many precious treasures had been used up on the ancient formation platforms, but now, they were all useless. The sea of killing intent slowly dispersed, and endless sorrow and great changes arose. This was the lamentation of the ancient artifacts. They were all destroyed in a single battle. Only after a long time had passed did everyone come back to their senses. Their faces were snow-white, and their voices were trembling. How many ancient saint formations were destroyed in total? About 18 of them. The estimate is too low. There are at least 20, and it might even reach 36. It's hard to say. It's too terrifying. They are continuous, and the light of calamity is boundless. It's brilliant and dazzling, and it's too many to count. Only through experience could one understand. Otherwise, this kind of terror would only be a concept of numbers, and not something that would cause one's heart to palpitate. The ground was covered in fragments, a sight rarely seen since ancient times. Everyone became silent. They held weapons in their hands, drove the war chariots, and continued forward. Today's battle had already reached this point, and there was no longer any path of retreat. Only by wiping out the two great ancient divine dynasties could they feel at ease. After passing through the land of destruction, broken mountains, half-collapsed mountain ridges, and giant trees that had withered for tens of thousands of years appeared one after another. No one made a sound. They were all on guard. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince walked at the very front, their battle intent high. Meanwhile, the others were incomparably solemn. Everyone's mood was different. For example, Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the other crazy people mainly wanted to sharpen themselves. They had never planned to ask the ancient saints to take action. Meanwhile, the Super Yen Holy Land and the other inheritances that had suffered disastrous losses felt their hearts bleeding. They wanted nothing more than to immediately ask Wei Yi to fight to the death against the ancient divine dynasties. The sacred ape held the black divine medal in his hand, looking down on everyone. His golden hair flickered, and he was extremely domineering. What is there to cry about? The two great divine dynasties are the best whetstones. Today, we will kill to our heart's content and climb another step on the path of cultivation. Xiao. A terrifying sword light appeared, piercing towards the back of the sacred ape's head. It was vicious and merciless, appearing abruptly and soundlessly. It was going to kill with a single strike. This kind of hidden killing technique was too terrifying. It almost fooled everyone, and the sacred prince dodged it by a hair's breadth. Qi Luo immediately took action, hacking forward. However, a streak of bloody light appeared on his back, cutting open a terrifying wound. A killing saint had appeared, drawing Qi Luo's attention to the sacred ape. However, the true target was him. Qi Luo was injured, but he didn't even frown. He disappeared from his original location, and with a pu sound, bloody light scattered down, cutting open a bloody scar in another part of the void. Qi Luo had already discovered the other party and returned the favor. The two exchanged blows. It was extremely strange and formless. Pooh! Blood scattered down from the sky. More than 10 experts from the Ji family cried out miserably. They couldn't evade in time and were turned into dried bones on the spot by the saint's blood. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The Super Yen Holy Land sect master's head tumbled down. His eyes were wide open in anger as his headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. His primordial spirit had just rushed up when it was pierced through by a blood-colored killing sword, vanishing into thin air on the spot. Kill! Everyone roared in anger and fear. Many executioners appeared, hiding in the void and launching assassinations. Many people cried out in alarm. Their foreheads were pierced through, and they died a violent death. This was the trump card of the assassins. Where do you think you're going? Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others roared in anger and launched an all-out counterattack. They had studied the great killing arts of the Celestial Court, so they didn't fear this kind of killing Dao's secret art. Sneaky bastards, die for me! The sacred prince roared. His entire body erupted with golden radiance, and it was as if his body was cast from gold. He brandished his rod and smashed an old assassin out. It was precisely this person who had just slaughtered the Super Yen Holy Land sect master. He was a Dao Severing King-level expert with outstanding strength. He had killed over 100 people in an instant. Without any suspense, this ace assassin's bones were broken and tendons snapped by the monkey's rod, turning him into a pile of mush. Pu, 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 bloody light flashed in succession as GZ displayed his might. The void split apart, and many assassins were torn apart. They turned into streaks of blood, and not even their bones remained. Yifan's expression was cold. The golden blood qi around his body turned into a tornado, and he forcefully pulled out a king-level assassin. Then, he blasted him into the air with a single punch. It was simple yet ruthless, and bone fragments and blood splattered everywhere. The Purple Mansion Saintess finally displayed her terrifying strength in front of the world. She harmonized with the great Tao, and with a wave of her hand, she waved the laws of heaven and earth, forcing out a group of assassins. With a slash of her white hand, a large number of people were melted within the light of the Tao. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince moved together. They pounced towards Qi Luo, and all of them unleashed a fierce attack. Killing Saint Qi Luo also let out a long roar. The blood sword light was tens of thousands of zhang long, and it slashed towards his opponent. Hong! In this terrifying confrontation, the killing saint of the mortal realm fled and left the battlefield. He took the initiative to retreat, and only left behind a trail of blood. This was the ancient killing saint. Before the heaven and earth changed, he was unfathomable, and it wasn't difficult for him to leave even though he was surrounded by an army of 10,000. He fled towards the exit of the heaven domain, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, several waves of holy might swept over like a vast ocean, forcing him back. The killing saint wants to escape, which means that they don't have the confidence anymore. Let's kill them all, don't let a single one escape. The people of the Holy Lands shouted loudly. Their morale was greatly boosted. However, Yifan's heart sunk. This killing saint was ruthless and decisive. He didn't want to escape at all, and was clearly trying to probe how many ancient saints had come. Now, he turned around and rushed towards the depths of the heaven domain. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. This heaven domain erupted, and the war chariots of the Holy Lands rumbled as they crushed through the skies. Divine artifacts revived, and they attacked forward together. Following this, they destroyed a few ancient killing formation platforms, and finally arrived at the depths. They saw 2 terrifying ancient palaces. The killing intent there was like a sea. White bones flickered with luster, and not even the passage of time could erase them. The palaces were all constructed from bones. At the very center of the 2 palaces was a special bone building. The luster was the most intimidating. There were the skulls of kings, as well as the withered bones of saints. They were brilliant and sparkling. The carpets in the palaces were made of divine skin, stripped from the bodies of saints. Even a group of ants dares challenge a giant dragon. I admire your courage, but I can't help but mock your foolishness. A dignified voice sounded from within the bone palace. It was ancient and experienced, but there was also a type of domineeringness to it. It was full of an overweening spirit. Killing Saint Qi Luo roared loudly. The giant dragon's old nest has been wiped out by others, and now it is hiding in outer space. Hell and the human world, 2 great ancient divine dynasties, are about to be wiped out, yet you are still trying to show off your self-esteem. Today, all of you can just die. He lost 7 children, all of them dying for the sake of the 2 great divine dynasties. They paid the price of blood and life to exchange for everything he had today. His heart was filled with grief and anger. You are a killing saint, and I am also a killing saint. How about we carry out a decisive battle between killing saints today? The aged voice resounded ruthlessly. He had already achieved the Tao for over 1,000 years. His killing intent surged, and it was incredibly terrifying. However, Qi Luo was not an ordinary person. He agreed on the spot to fight against the veteran killing saint. Another withered figure appeared. The killing saint of the human world appeared once again. He looked disdainfully at the crowd with disdain, as if he didn't care that there were still a few saints at the entrance. He swept his gaze over the people of the Holy Lands, and then he stared at the sacred prince, then at GZ. In the end, his torch-like eyes landed on Yifan. All of you, kill yourselves. This seat will give you the chance to die a quick death. The killing saint of the human world guided Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince as he spoke ruthlessly. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about the fact that everyone was attacking. It's useless no matter who comes. Wanting to destroy the human world and hell is simply the ravings of an idiot. What human race's saint physique? What ancient emperor's son? All of you are ants. All of you must die. His words were like a knife scraping on everyone's skin, cold and sinister. Many cultivators from the Holy Lands couldn't withstand the sound waves of the killing saint. Their bodies were torn into pieces, and streams of blood flowed out. Even their divine senses were extinguished. Chapter 1204. I think it's better for you, an old dog that's neither human nor ghost, to go and commit suicide. Longma said crudely when faced with this killing saint who didn't take them seriously. The large black dog didn't like hearing this. He glowered at him, and retorted, "Nonsense, he's worse than dog fart. That's right, he's boasting shamelessly, and even wants us to commit suicide. Old thing, are you still asleep? Go and die." Longma shouted. Faced with these 2 uncouth people, even if a god came, his face would twitch. What kind of mocking words wouldn't he dare to say? Xiao. A beam of killing light swept over, enveloping the large black dog and Longma below. The killing saint of the mortal world had a dark expression as he attacked. Dang! The monkey moved, and the jet-black iron staff in his hand actually collided with the killing saint, releasing a brilliant light. Although he was forced back, it wasn't impossible. One had to realize that this was a killing saint. His magic power was boundless, and he specialized in killing saints. He had made a name for himself. The killing saint of the mortal world's attack failed, and he immediately disappeared, merging into the void. At the same time, his boundless killing intent shook the surroundings. Pooh! Longma spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the large black dog also trembled. He stood up on his 2 legs, using the row seal to retreat. I gave you a chance to commit suicide, but you didn't grasp it well. Then, I'll send you all on your way one by one. The killing saint of the mortal world said coldly. He still had a high and mighty attitude, looking down on them like they were ants. He didn't see them as opponents, and he wanted to eliminate them with a raise of his hand. Old executioner, your end is here. Yi Fan's body burned, and he transformed into an indestructible golden body, attacking forward. His gaze pierced through the void, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist intent was invincible, shattering all things. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be bolts of golden lightning dancing. Yi Fan and the killing saint clashed a few blows, releasing blinding light. You're very strong, and I believe that you're all outstanding geniuses since the ancient times to be able to clash with me. But what can you do? The mortal world's killer saint sneered in the dark and said, you were born 500 years too late. I won't give you the chance to grow up. Today, I'm going to strangle the geniuses. I'm going to do the deed of extinction and let you die in the cradle. Old fart, you talk too much. Take this. The sacred prince roared. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The black divine metal swept through the world, crushing the primal chaos immortal earth apart as it struck towards killing saint. Xiao. A beam of killing light shot over, brushing past the black iron rod and leaving a flower of blood on the monkey's shoulder. GZ also took action. Without saying a word, his body merged into the void, and the great fissure chop was unleashed. A sound like the explosion of the universe erupted, and killing saint was forced out of the void. However, a killing saint was a killing saint after all. He specialized in killing other saints. GZ was struck by a sword light, and half of his body was bleeding profusely. Yi Fan charged forward, displaying all the techniques on his body. His fists erupted with wind and lightning, and golden lightning bolts shot out one after another. It was as if he was the lightning god's fists, and he displayed the true meaning of the 6 paths. His fists were stained with blood, but he didn't care. He continued to tangle with the old killing saint. This old thing is really troublesome. No wonder the legends say that he was born to kill saints. Let's kill him together, the large black dog shouted. He roared, and streaks of black light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows. They could break through the defenses of saints, and they posed a serious threat to the old killing saint. F***ck. Don't tell me that this old guy has become a saint king? Longma thought of a terrifying matter. Impossible, let's kill him together. Dongfang Yi roared. He controlled the ancient Saint Mecha and charged forward. They knew that Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince still had enough confidence. After all, they hadn't truly transcended their tribulations yet. Only when they received the verification of heaven and earth would their strength be considered to be at the right level, and they could fight to the death. Kill, grind him to death. Li Tian shouted. He controlled the ancient saint battle formation tool and arrived before them. He held a purple spear with both hands, and it pierced through the void, aiming at the killing saint's back. Pung! A ruthless sneer appeared on the killing saint's face. He enveloped everyone in his killing light, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, disappearing from time to time. In the end, Yan Ishi, Old Saber Honcho, and Yao Yuekong all controlled the ancient Saint Mecha and charged forward. A group of people fought this terrifying killing saint. This was the might of the killing saint. These people worked together to surround and kill him, yet they couldn't take him down in a short period of time. The killing saint's battle experience was too abundant and terrifying. On the other side, Qi Luo and the killing saint from hell were also fighting intensely. They appeared and disappeared between heaven and earth, and the terrifying saint tools in their hands clashed fiercely. This was a clash of divine regulations, a clash of the great Tao, accompanied by the thunder of the heavenly Tao. All of you must die, the killing saint of the mortal world said as he fought against the group of heroes. He suddenly appeared and disappeared, and it was impossible to guard against him. Yi Fan felt a sense of danger, and he secretly transmitted his voice, saying, "Be careful, he has stalled us. Perhaps a third killing saint will appear." He felt that the old killing saint was making use of their youthful vigor and competitive mentality to stall everyone, giving the third killing saint a chance to assassinate him. Pooh! The terrifying premonition came true. A third saint actually appeared in the two great divine dynasties. Qi Luo almost died with a grievance, suffering an assassination. That sword was like an otherworldly immortal. It was sharp and terrifying, resplendent and dazzling. It pierced through Qi Luo's shoulder and almost pierced through the top of his skull. Pooh! Longma was almost hacked into two pieces. Blood flowed in a long stream. After this killing saint seriously injured Qi Luo, he swept over in this direction. Li Tian's mecha was also torn apart. The mortal world and hell's resources hadn't been lost. Everyone's heart sank. Those who attack my divine dynasty should all die. The mortal world's killing saint laughed cruelly. All of you, retreat. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. At the same time, the third killing saint appeared, shocking everyone. It was actually a snow-white skeleton, and in its hand was a killing sword that radiated brilliance in all directions. This is a killing saint puppet pieced together from the Dao bones of your ancestors. A divine flame was born in its skull. Everyone's hearts went cold. This was an existence that was difficult to deal with. It was equivalent to a killing saint, and it carried the murderous intent and will of the ancient divine dynasty. Dongfang Yi, Yan Yishi, Longma, Black Emperor and the others all decisively retreated. They knew what Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince wanted to do. Weren't they waiting for this moment? Qi Luo and the killing saint fought a decisive battle of life and death. It was hard to tell who would win, and both sides paid a disastrous price. Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the Sacred Prince's expressions were cold. They surrounded the mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton. They immediately erupted with dazzling light. They chose to face tribulation at the same time, causing trouble in this primal chaos immortal earth. How many people in this world could control their own heavenly tribulation? They all passively faced it. And now, the three great imperial princes all triggered heavenly punishment. It was like a legend, making both sides' expressions change. They all felt a chill run through their hearts. Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the Sacred Prince rushed over murderously, trapping the two killing saints in the middle. They attacked with everything they had, forcing them to face tribulation as well. This was a great disaster. Endless lightning descended, blasting this place crazily. It was immediately drowned out by a sea of electricity. Killing saints' roars sounded. The expression of the killing saint who was currently fighting against Qi Luo changed greatly. With this level of heavenly tribulation descending, he felt that his old partner and that boned saint were doomed. Hong! The boundless heavenly tribulation descended from the heavens. It was ridiculously vicious. This wasn't a streak of lightning, but rather an ocean that was blazing and dazzling. Ah! Many assassins cried out loudly, turning into scattered ashes. They were originally hiding in the darkness, ready to take action at any time, but now, they were turned into ashes. The mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton roared angrily, rushing outwards. However, Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the Sacred Prince locked onto them, following them like shadows, forcing them to face tribulation together. This was a murderous calamity. The two great sages' people were hacked until their flesh was lacerated. They were in unspeakable pain, roaring endlessly in anger. Heaven and earth erupted. As soon as the lightning tribulation appeared, it blasted this place full of holes, on the verge of collapse. Everyone discovered with shock that there were many killing formations and Dao marks in the surroundings. At this moment, they all lit up, resisting the tribulation radiance. They were all at the saint level. This was originally a terrifying formation prepared to send Qi Luo and Yi Fan to their graves, but now, it became a sacred force to resist the heavenly tribulation. Old thing, I'll send you on your way. The sacred prince's divine might was imposing within the heavenly tribulation. With the great rod in hand, he struck towards the mortal world's killing saint. Chang. GZ was also extremely direct. His void techniques were endless, and together with the heavenly tribulation, he submerged that white skeleton, causing it to continuously suffer heavy blows. The 5 precious swords on Yi Fan's back hacked down one after another. 5-colored divine light rushed into the heavens, carrying heaven overflowing lightning as it hacked down on the mortal world's ancient saint. Within the dazzling radiance, the mortal world's killing saint was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, looking like an evil spirit. Even his eyes were red. He endured the attacks of 3 great experts, and even more so was continuously hacked down by lightning. Even his bones were exposed. Under the lightning radiance, not even the great killing techniques were effective. This was the judgment of heaven and earth, and one needed absolute strength to resist it. In the distance, the Holy Land's people shivered inwardly. The battle had developed to this point, making them feel waves of lingering fear. If they were caught up in this, they would undoubtedly die. Everyone hid far away, fearing that they would be touched. This time, due to the fact that their ancestors' bones were hidden here, the various sects all moved out a portion of their forces. However, those that truly used their trump cards were few and far between, and most of them were half-hearted. In this type of environment, preserving their strength was the best choice. The Great Yan Holy Land was a bit more attentive, but they were quite unlucky. Their saint-level puppets were all killed by the killer divine court, their losses severe. Younger generation, do you all really think that you can destroy 2 great divine dynasties just like this? Too naive. All of you who came to invade must die. Within the sea of lightning, the mortal world's killing saint's body split apart. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and he howled like a malicious spirit. Similarly, within the lightning, Yi Fan and the others weren't feeling too good either. Blood splashed out from time to time. After reaching the saint level, no one could easily pass through the great tribulation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a heavenly tribulation anymore. Old thing, your time of death has arrived. Yi Fan rushed over. His flesh was extremely sturdy, possessing the imperishable golden body. Even though he was injured, his foundation wasn't harmed. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, and GZ took action together, attacking this killing saint, making him suffer the most terrifying tribulation. The 3 layers deepened, and his body was hacked to pieces several times. At the same time, the other skeleton was even more terrified. He was a dead object that was born, and now, when faced with this type of pure yang lightning, he was trembling with fear. The divine flame in his skull might be extinguished at any time. Dao friends, please come out and kill the enemy together. In the future, all of the invaders will be wiped out. The Great Scheme. The mortal world's killing saint secretly transmitted sound. He truly couldn't hold on any longer. Hong. Several terrifying auras surged. The world was about to collapse. There were actually more killing saints. The mortal world and hell's trump cards were preserved, all of them here. Everyone's expressions changed, their hearts trembling. Seniors, please take action. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance. Wei Yi, the #1 bandit of the northern region, the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manner, and the saint of the Ji family all appeared. They were going to destroy the last divine dynasty. I wasn't afraid that you all wouldn't appear, but rather that you all wouldn't come. I've been looking forward to it all this time. Within the lightning tribulation, the mortal world's killing saint shouted sinisterly. Chapter 1205. Is that so? So what if you guys have resources? You still have to die. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness. Huh. Even though the mortal world's killer saint had disheveled hair and even his white bones were exposed, he was still laughing coldly. Reckless. A few old saints appeared in the distance. They were silent as they stared at the ancient white bone palace. Everyone, die. There's no need to live. A dignified voice transmitted from the bone palace as a wave of killing intent swept over like the ocean. This was definitely an existence that had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had killed year after year, day after day, and only then was he able to grow to this stage. An old man silently walked over. He was all skin and bones. His hair had long fallen out, and his eye sockets were sunken. His body was shriveled and seemed to have lost all signs of life. Saint King Realm. This was a terrifying existence that had reached the Saint King realm through killing. No one had expected such an old killer to make a comeback. He belonged to the mortal world and had only come into being a few days ago. He had slumbered in the divine source for more than 100,000 years and lived until this era. Energy brushed past, and another black-clothed man appeared beside him. His figure was withered, and even though he wasn't a Saint King, he was still a killer saint. The two ancient dynasties were very fortunate to have excavated a portion of their resources in a secret land. Now, they were overseeing this place, making it impregnable. A few savage auras appeared behind them. They were actually three ancient race members who had walked together with the ancient killer god dynasty. This was truly unexpected. This was originally an important place of the ancient divine dynasty, so why did three ancient race members come? The Black Emperor was astonished because he discovered that there was an altar flickering with dim light amidst the bone buildings. The three ancient kings had been summoned here. The killer god dynasty had secret dealings with some ancient race members. It seemed like the three of them had come here for the first time. The light in their eyes flickered as they sized up the surroundings. Yi Fan was fearless and said, "Do you think you can escape the fate of destruction with the appearance of two killer saints and three ancient kings? Why don't you think about who will surround and kill you today? Heh, who is the prey? We'll see in a bit." The killing saint of the human world said. He struggled and roared within the heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince moved together. They carried the heavenly tribulation and charged forward, bringing the two tribulation takers with them to face the ancient saints who had just appeared. Kill! The Saint Killer King let out a cold roar, and a bone-chilling coldness filled the entire chaotic divine soil. At the same time, tens of thousands of divine lights shot out from the bone palace behind him, cutting off their path. The killing formation from before was only the prelude. The true great ancient formation that can obliterate all living things should be completely revived. An ear-piercing voice sounded. Boom! Heaven overflowing energy fluctuation spread out, surging in this direction. Millions and millions of light beams shot out. While Yi Fan, the monkey, and GZ were resisting the heavenly tribulation, they felt a shiver run down their spines. The heavenly tribulation was boundless, and if not for the arrival of the Thunder Sea, they would have been the first to bear the brunt of it. This was a vast ancient formation. The entire dried-up primal chaos immortal earth was engraved with formation patterns, surrounding everyone within. There was no way out. Swish! The Saint Killer King suddenly disappeared, launching a terrifying assassination as he charged toward the ancient saints in the distance. The ancient divine dynasty wanted to seal off this place and kill everyone in one fell swoop, killing the invading ancient saints. With a violent tremor, the Saint Killer King and the odd warrior Manor's old Manor Lord exchanged blows. The ambush didn't succeed, but it cast a haze over the hearts of the people from the various holy lands. The two ancient divine dynasties had nothing to fear. Ancient divine will, completely revive. Crush all intruders and destroy their vitality, a Saint Killer King shouted. The aura of the Great Formation was becoming more and more terrifying. The dried-up primal chaos immortal earth was the seclusion ground of the past gods, leaving behind a terrifyingly damaged formation. This place immediately soared with boundless light, and everything was in chaos. Essence energy surrounded everyone, wanting to completely refine them. "Kill formation, destroy it for me," the Black Emperor roared. "All of you will die," the Saint Killer King said coldly. He operated the formation, wanting to cut open the heavenly tribulation and save the two people. "You can enter but you can't leave. Come in as well." Yi Fan shouted and rushed forward with the Sacred Prince and GZ. "Kill them." Divine patterns appeared on the dried-up primal chaos immortal earth. Even though the ancient formation was damaged, it was still extremely powerful. Without the protection of a saint artifact, it was impossible to survive. The goddess furnace floated up and down, protecting Li Tian, Dongfangyi, Yenishi, and the others below. The expressions of the people from the various holy lands also changed. While dealing with the attacks of the assassins, they also put up light barriers to defend themselves. An old woman appeared beside the purple mansion saintess. She was actually a saint. Clearly, this was the foundation of the holy land that was protecting them. Another terrifying divine furnace appeared above Jiang Yifei's head. It floated up and down, emitting a strand of extreme divine might. This was a replica of an emperor weapon. "Everyone, go on your way." The people from the two ancient divine dynasties said ruthlessly in the killing light of the ancient formation. In addition, the three ancient kings walked in the ancient formation that they were familiar with. The Black Emperor roared angrily. His killing formation was boundless, but there weren't many formation platforms left. It was not a problem to protect the people of the heavenly village, but it was very difficult to destroy this place. In the heavenly tribulation, even though the killing saint in the human world was shattered a few times, he reformed again and again. He was still laughing cruelly. "Be destroyed." The white skeleton was also roaring. The divine flame in his skull didn't go out. "I'll kill you two first," GZ said. The killing saint in the sea of lightning seemed to have gone crazy. "I want you to understand that the ancient divine dynasty can't be angered. We originally wanted to hide, but you guys still chased us relentlessly. We will become prey." Yi Fan sneered coldly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he shouted into the distance, "Senior from the Ji family, when are you going to make a move?" While the two ancient divine dynasties and the three ancient kings were wreaking havoc, relying on the ancient formation to attack intensely, a vast fluctuation came from the distance. The aura of an ancient emperor filled the air. An ancient mirror soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of strands of the great Tao hung down. Its brilliance pierced through the past and present, its might unparalleled. Resplendent light beams shone from the surface of the mirror. The ancient formation was collapsing, and the primal chaos divine soil cracked and slowly disintegrated. This was a suffocating might. Even the saints were trembling. The void mirror, the weapon of an ancient emperor, has indeed been brought. This is a great calamity. Someone shouted. The assassins panicked. At this moment, the mysterious ancient formation left behind by the primal chaos divine soil was continuously being destroyed. The saint of the Ji family attacked mercilessly. Above his head, the void emperor mirror spun. The blinding light beams shot toward the killing saint monarch. Shwa. One had to admit that this killing saint monarch was terrifying to the extreme. He actually dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. PFFF. The bloody light scattered. Beside him, an ancient king let out a loud cry. He was directly turned into a bloody mist by the mirror's light. Not even his bones remained. He died a violent death. Everyone was horrified. An ancient saint was actually killed in an instant. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was simply unheard of. That ancient mirror was simple and unadorned. It shone with divine splendor that could sweep away all living beings. No one could resist it. This was the weapon of an ancient emperor. It was revived in the hands of a saint. It could split the heavens and split the earth, destroy the heavens, connect the past, present, and future. There was nothing it couldn't do. Even a saint would be turned into a pool of blood in a single breath. Buzz! The void mirror spun again, facing those people. The people from the two god dynasties trembled and couldn't move. Even the killing saint monarch could only retreat. Another bloody light flashed. The second ancient king was torn apart by the mirror's light and turned into streams of blood energy that scattered between heaven and earth. Dao friends, when are you going to show yourselves? The opportunity to seize the emperor weapon is right before your eyes. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo hurriedly shouted. The altar in the ancient palace flickered with light as 7 to 8 figures appeared. They were actually all ancient kings. The one in the lead had a blood pressure that covered the sun and moon. Everyone was trembling. Many people almost directly knelt on the ground. They couldn't endure this ocean-like pressure. Great Sage of Qianluan. It's actually the Great Sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. He came with an ancient emperor weapon. Everyone cried out in alarm. Their faces became snow-white. They all felt that the situation was far from reassuring. All of them were trembling. I've already said that the prey will only be revealed in the end. Everything was forced by you all. Hell's killing saint said sinisterly. It was clear that they had been in contact with the ancient race for a long time, but they didn't reveal this place. Only after being forced into a dead end today did they directly let go of everything. This was an extremely serious consequence. The ancient god dynasty and the archaic imperial race's nest of 10,000 dragons were together. Just the thought alone made one's scalp go numb. The hearts of everyone from the Holy Land sunk. They originally thought that with the saints holding the line, there shouldn't be any problems in flattening the ancient god dynasty. They never thought that their trump cards would be revealed. Moreover, they had long since planned this out. I'm not scared that you all won't come. I'm just scared that you all won't appear. You seized one of our ancient emperor weapons, so we'll just pay you back with the emperor weapon now. The nest of 10,000 dragons Qianluan's great sage said coldly. Everyone's expressions became ugly. They couldn't act recklessly with the weapons of the ancient great emperors. They never thought that such a great disaster would happen as soon as they killed the ancient emperor king. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Gai Jiuyo had left and entered the depths of the star domain. Otherwise, Qianluan wouldn't have dared to appear like this. The killing saint king laughed sinisterly like a blunt knife scraping the bones. Who's the prey? All of you will die. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others were extremely disgusted with him. Their expressions sank. The sacred prince sneered. You're celebrating too early. I'm afraid the person you want to invite won't be able to come. Today, I'll spare your life and send you to Mount Meru. Everyone else will be killed, the killing saint said fearlessly. Uncle, please take action. The sacred prince shouted. However, he didn't receive a reply. The primal chaos celestial earth cracked and the radiance of the stars scattered in from the cosmos. However, there was no trace of the victorious fighting Buddha. Everyone's expressions changed once again. This was originally a battle to destroy the ancient god dynasty, but it actually involved so many people and powers. It was extremely complicated. The great sage of Qianluan nodded. Sacred Prince, your uncle can't come. An old senior might go and have a chat with you. I won't make things difficult for you and will personally escort you back to Mount Meru. However, everyone else must die. In front of him, a purple true dragon appeared. Every part of its body was a purple bell that flickered with a dreamy radiance. This was the weapon that had shaken the ages, the bell of 10,000 dragons. The ancient emperor's aura pervaded the air and covered the sky. It shook everyone's hearts. Before they recovered, everyone was already paralyzed on the spot. I'll grant you death. The great sage of Qianluan said coldly and emotionlessly. His gaze swept across everyone, including the saints. Dao friend, aren't you overestimating yourself? At this moment, Wei Yi walked out. His entire body emitted a world-shaking and terrifying power. His white hair draped over his shoulders and his body was withered. However, at this moment, the pores on his body were overflowing with Dao power. He was like a deity as a terrifying power surged into the sky. It was as if an eternal divine furnace had awakened. He borrowed the void mirror and hung it above his head. Its light could illuminate the past, present, and future. The great sage. This old man who didn't reveal himself was actually in existence at the level of the great sage. Everyone was shocked and then relieved. After all, this was the Merak three heroes of the past. They had obtained the Tao in an era where it was impossible for them to become saints. Naturally, they had great achievements. After so many years, how could they be ordinary? The ancient race and the ancient divine dynasty were both stunned. There's nothing to say. Let's kill these two first. Yi Fan stared at Killer Saint and the white skeleton in the lightning tribulation. The sacred prince and GZ nodded. The lightning tribulation was boundless. Killer Saint was incomparably miserable and was about to fall. The white skeleton was the same. The divine flame in its skull was about to be extinguished. The two saints thought that they would be saved and that they could kill Yi Fan and the others. They didn't expect that when they used all their trump cards, the other party wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the great sage had appeared. Chapter 1206. No. The mortal world's killing saint roared, doing everything he could to struggle, but his body was still breaking apart. His flesh and blood flew everywhere from the great tribulation, and white bones could be seen. Within the sea of lightning, streaks of even more resplendent light danced about. These were great yin, great yang, 5 elements, primal chaos, and all types of great tribulations. There were even heavenly towers rising and falling, condensed from lightning. Yi Fan, the monkey, and GZ's tribulation could be said to have attracted a heavenly punishment that was rarely seen in this world. They had never seen such terrifying lightning radiance in this cultivation realm. The 3 imperial princes attracted heavenly punishment. Irregular scenes shook the heavens, and lightning radiance pierced through the past and present, shining with eternal immortal light. This wasn't the great tribulation of becoming a saint, but it wasn't much inferior to a saint's tribulation. The killing saint broke apart several times, unable to break free. Meanwhile, the divine flame in the skull of that white skeleton finally grew dimmer and dimmer. His body and soul were about to be destroyed. The 2 great experts of the ancient divine dynasty were powerless to reverse the situation. They were in even more pain and difficulty than Yi Fan and the others, because they were facing 3 types of tribulation. Ah! The killing saint cried out loudly. He wanted to drag down an imperial prince even before death. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to do as he wished. The mortal world's wondrous technique couldn't be used, and he had nowhere to hide. He would immediately be hacked out by the heavenly punishment. GZ's body was covered in bloodstains. It was naturally impossible for him to be unharmed in the heavenly tribulation, but it wasn't too much of a hindrance. When the void cracked, heaven and earth lost color. The void figures roared angrily, tearing apart that white skeleton. Ow-ho! This was a tremendous roar that spread through the cracked primal chaos immortal earth. A few people were directly blasted apart, turning into bloody mist. A saint's body was split apart. This was a saint-sealed battle, and GZ's tribulation was completed. He displayed the strength to contend against saints. Everyone's mouths and tongues became dry. An imperial prince-level figure rose up, declaring his power and extraordinariness. From now on, there was another hero that couldn't be ignored in this world. On the other side, the sacred prince roared, displaying a magical world divine ability. He towered between heaven and earth, becoming who knew how many times larger than an enormous mountain. This was an enormous golden holy ape, every single strand of hair flickering with brilliant radiance, resplendent and dazzling. Its roar shattered the heavens, shaking rivers and mountains. In its hands was a black rod that could pierce through the heavens. It stood in the sea of lightning, brandishing it towards Killing Saint. Killing Saint roared angrily, a hero at the end of his road. He crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, yet right now, he was completely exhausted. He dragged his white skeleton body, displaying all types of secret techniques as he slaughtered his way forward. Crack! A sound that wasn't all that loud and clear could be heard. A large amount of flesh was torn apart, and Slaughter Saint's right arm and half of his body caved in before breaking off. Sacred Prince roared angrily, looking down on heaven and earth. He was over 10,000 zhang tall. This was a giant golden ape that could pluck stars and capture the moon. He displayed boundless might, seriously injuring an ancient saint. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the ancients. It was as if they had once again seen the glorious days of the Emperor of Fighting's rise. Their hearts trembled in fear. Everyone knew that the Sacred Prince's rise to power couldn't be stopped. Now that he'd advanced to the half-saint realm, he possessed the strength to contend against an ancient king. Indiscriminate destruction. 10 directions annihilation. Within the sea of lightning, the mortal world's Killing Saint and that white skeleton released cruel divine fluctuations. They knew that they were finished, but they still wanted to drag someone down with them. Their bodies were in tatters, and their primordial spirits were struck by lightning. They were incredibly dispirited, but they still turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed forward, separately attacking GZ and the Sacred Prince. Everyone's expressions changed. Killing Saint risked his life to display the world's forbidden secret technique. This was definitely a great disaster. They ignited their life imprints to display a world-shocking attack. Hurry and retreat. In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. The final struggle of a cornered beast was the most terrifying. The slightest bit of carelessness and the original victor might be consigned to eternal damnation. Yifan took action, standing in the void. His black hair fell down like a waterfall as he accepted the lightning's baptism. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance, and a small golden figure carrying a cauldron emerged. Its speed reached the pinnacle. Extreme sublimation. It broke free from the flesh shell's restraints and rushed out from the divine form. This was a transformation of the Tao, the primordial spirit merging with the Tao, carrying a cauldron to strike. Time seemed to freeze. Space couldn't obstruct it. The small golden figure became the only thing between heaven and earth, attracting everyone's gazes. Pooh! This attack shocked the world, displaying the elegance of a human race divine body that could contend for supremacy on the Emperor's path in the future. The primordial spirit flame that flew out from the white skeleton was smashed by the small golden figure carrying a cauldron. It was split into pieces on the spot, unable to block this attack. Auho! That divine flame was furious, and at the same time terrified. It wailed and cried out, struggling on its deathbed. However, it was useless. The small golden figure's cauldron released tens of thousands of strands of source energy. It quickly enlarged and once again suppressed down. Without any suspense, it was smashed into flying ashes. Dead, a saint's primordial spirit was destroyed just like that. Everyone turned pale with fright, all of them at a loss for words. The myriad energy cauldron and Yifan crossed the tribulation at the same realm. Now, a divine consciousness was born in the sea of lightning, and its power was boundless. Its realm was the same as Yifan's, reaching the half-saint realm. Like its master, it could fight saints. As an immortal material that only ancient emperors could possess, it had been forged into a cauldron for many years, and its power was boundless. Half-saint weapon, half-saint, with the barrier of half-saints, but it can kill saints. Many people from the ancient race turned pale. At this moment, The third emperor-level character had used his strength to announce to the world that he was rising powerfully and no one could stop him. On the other side, the human world's killing saint's primordial spirit pounced toward the monkey like a stream of light. It was malevolent and ruthless, vowing to drag him down with it. I've been seriously injured by the heavenly tribulation, and my strength is less than half of my peak. However, dragging down one of you three isn't a problem. This was a type of unwillingness that contained boundless resentment. It wanted the sacred prince to die with it. However, the result was unexpected. Yifan attacked later, but arrived first. After killing that divine flame, a divine skin appeared under the small golden figure. It carried him along the river of time as if it had reversed time, blocking the killing saint. It was inconceivably fast, making it hard for others to react. This was the Book of Time, recording the ancient inheritance of the celestial court. It was brought out from Undying Mountain by Yifan, a piece of divine skin. Small characters were densely packed on its surface. At this moment, they all turned into symbols, erupting and engraving themselves in the void, protecting Yifan at the center. Every single character was brilliant and dazzling, as if they were cast from divine gold. Every single character was as heavy as a mountain, and it could be said to be world-shocking. The small golden figure sat cross-legged on this divine skin. The all-life energy cauldron left his embrace and floated above his head, advancing together with him. Meanwhile, another weapon appeared in his hand. The celestial court's unmatched scepter. The human world's killing saint cried out loudly, as if he was extremely alarmed. This golden scepter had previously brought endless pressure to the two great divine dynasties, intimidating time in the past. This was a weapon only the great sage could use. Others couldn't use it, but he seemed to have forgotten about it. He only remembered its nightmarish power from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Chi. The golden scepter split the killing saint's primordial spirit in half, but it didn't display any special power. It was just purely sturdy and undying. Pooh! Another weapon appeared in Yifan's hand. It was precisely the deity striking whip, a type of primordial spirit weapon that specialized in killing primordial spirits. It smashed the killing saint's consciousness into pieces. Ah! The killing saint screamed mournfully. The all-life energy cauldron above Yifan's head shook, and the great Tao source energy that was like silk strands descended, crushing the killing saint's primordial spirit fragments into fine powder. Everything that happened in a flash. People couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. It was too fast. The Book of Time made it seem as if the small golden figure had penetrated the shackles of time and space. Secret treasures appeared one after another, displaying their deterrence and divine might. This killing saint could only nurse a grievance unwillingly. Dead, the curtains fell on a killing saint who could kill saints, dying in the heavenly tribulation. Near and far, it was completely silent. Only the huge lightning tribulation was still continuing. In the light screen, three figures that were like gods and devils stood tall, emitting an undying aura. Two killing saint-level existences were killed by three half-saints just like that. What kind of news was this? If this news spread out, people would go crazy. The barrier of half-saints couldn't stop their footsteps. Why did you steal my enemy? Ape Saint said with dissatisfaction. The three of them were as unmoving as mountains. In front of their forehead sat a small figure, accepting the lightning baptism. In the end, it was like a whale drinking a cow, swallowing the vast sea of lightning into its mouth. The three imperial princes didn't move at all. In the sea of lightning, their physiques and primordial spirits were completely changed, undergoing the tempering. In the distance, the great sage of Qianluan's eyes flickered. Behind him, there were a few ancestral kings who didn't conceal their killing intent. Once such characters matured, they couldn't be confronted. The last method was to kill them immediately, but they didn't have the chance. Above the great sage of Wei Yi's head, the aura of an ancient great emperor filled the air. Hundreds of millions of beams of light shone, illuminating the entire sky. Even the star domain was trembling. That ancient mirror was engraved with the supreme dignity of an ancient great emperor, containing an unrivaled Dao fruit. Now that it had awakened, who dared to touch it? The void mirror's brilliance overflowed in all directions, like a treasure wheel, like a bright moon in the sky. The silk ribbons that hung down covered the old sage's body, making him look like a god. The human race is truly worthy of reverence. The great sage of Qianluan sighed. The 10,000 dragon bell in front of him slowly soared, like a true dragon descending into the world. The ancient emperor's Dao Qi filled the air. After Gai Jiuyo left, who would have thought that another Wei Yi would appear? A true great sage with the void mirror in his hand, who could easily suppress and kill him. If Dao friend wants to discuss the Dao, let's go to the depths of the starry sky. Wei Yi said. Alright, let's discuss who is better. The great sage of Qianluan nodded and disappeared with the other ancestral kings behind him. They turned into streams of light and entered the depths of the dark universe. Before Wei Yi and the other sages left, they stared at the killing Saint King. This person was all skin and bones, and his expression was miserable. He also rushed into the universe. Once such a great character left, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was a great killing tribulation, and they didn't expect it to attract ancient sage Fengyun. Boom! With a final loud sound, the sky full of lightning scattered. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince had successfully passed the tribulation, and the heavenly punishment disappeared. Everyone was full of vigor and vitality, crazily devouring the surrounding essence Qi to replenish their energy. On the other side, killing Saint Qi Luo was shockingly talented. He killed killing Saint Hel, who had achieved Dao 1,000 years earlier than him, and cut off his head. He was currently observing the broken consciousness in his forehead. Through this, he saw a portion of his son's life. He immediately cried and laughed. His hair was disheveled, and his face was full of sorrow. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Chapter 1207. The dried-up primal chaos divine earth split into pieces. It couldn't withstand the lightning tribulation and the damaged formation left behind by the ancient deities, and starlight sprinkled in. The people of the Holy Lands were dumbstruck. The battle had developed so quickly that it exceeded everyone's expectations. The killing saints of the human world and hell were dead, and the white skeletons had turned to ashes. Yi Fan's strength was beyond imagination. He had killed 2 saints with his own hands. This would definitely shake the world. Everyone knew that as long as this battle ended, the entire ancient planet would be shaken. The human race's sacred body had used his glorious battle achievements to tell the world that he had returned. The destruction of hell and the human world is imminent. What are you all staring blankly for? Let's take action together and clean up this mess. The battle hadn't ended yet because there were still some assassins from the ancient divine dynasty who had survived. They were all elites of the direct line of descent. If they escaped, they would definitely become a hidden danger in the future. Qi Luo shattered the head in his hand and rushed towards the Bone Palace. Don't let a single one escape. Avenge the ancestors. Bring back the ancient ancestors' head and wipe out the shame and humiliation. Destroy the 2 divine dynasties. Shouts of war shook the heavens. The true killing saints had fallen, so what kind of storm could they cause? All the people rushed forward. The Holy Lands were stirred up and fought bravely towards the Bone Palace because it was the foundation and ancestral land of the 2 divine dynasties. After countless years of accumulation, there were bound to be immeasurable treasures. In the Bone Palace, there was a withered figure with deep green eyes. His fingers were like jet-black iron hooks. With a raise of his hand, he turned a group of intruders into a bloody mist. Killing Saint. There was another killing saint who emitted heaven-overflowing killing intent. He stared coldly at everyone like an ancient corpse, cold and bone-piercing. The 2 divine dynasties dug up their ancestral lands and only found a portion of their foundation. They dug out a king of killing saints, but they were intimidated by Wei Yi and followed him into the depths of the cosmos. There was another killing saint left behind. It was this person. He wanted to escape and hide to assassinate, but he had no chance. Qi Luo had already locked onto him. Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the sacred prince had just advanced. They pressed forward together and surrounded him. Awu! The Black Emperor let out a long howl. The battle just now wasn't going smoothly. Now, he roared and rushed over. He could definitely threaten the saints. On the other side, the eyes of the old woman from the Purple Mansion Holy Land were deep. She also looked over, ready to take action at any time. Kill. This person was rather straightforward, taking the initiative to attack Qi Luo, this natural enemy of his. He wanted to tear through all obstacles and open up a path of blood. As a fellow killing saint, he knew that only by killing Qi Luo would he have any hope of survival. Otherwise, he would definitely be tied down, and it would be difficult for him to survive. On top of Qi Luo's head, a sparkling and translucent ancient pagoda appeared. It was forged from saint bones and defended against the attack. The blood-dissolving blade in his hand sliced open the universe, drawing upon the brilliance of the stars and moon to sweep over. It was as if a heavenly river was descending, its aura as vast as the ocean abyss. He had lost 7 of his own children, and now, his entire being was in a special state. His essence, energy, and spirit had risen to the extreme, and his battle intent was high. He had a type of invincible spirit. This killing saint was injured on the spot. He staggered backwards, the radiance of the stars and moon all smashing into his body. His joints released cracking sounds, several dozen of them breaking. The great art of killing was useless. Being surrounded, he could only fight like a cornered beast. Ape Saint brandished his iron rod as if he was beating an immortal drum. The wind and lightning great formation released oppressive sounds, causing the void to explode. Killing Saint was squeezed in the middle, unable to evade or retreat. He could only passively face the attacks. This tremendous force blasted him until he coughed out blood. In the present world, how many people could compete with the ancient emperor's descendants in terms of physical strength? Ji Zi's hands pressed together, forming a full moon that suspended above his head. It released blinding light, as if it was a divine moon. An ancient mirror took form, appearing between his hands. The aura above his head was auspicious, quickly shooting out a streak of terrifying immortal radiance. Pooh! Killing Saint's chest was pierced through, and a horrifying bloody hole appeared. Many of his sternum were broken, and half of his body was dyed red with blood. The radiance in Killing Saint's eyes flickered. He was surrounded by several great experts, and the terrifying aura they released made him feel like he was suffocating. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to resist. Auho! The Black Emperor released a loud roar. He had a bronze head and iron arms. He directly pounced over, and his large claw smashed down like a small mountain. At the same time, Yi Fan moved forward. The imperishable golden body shone brilliantly, and his body was enveloped in irregular phenomena. He wanted to kill this great enemy barehandedly. Blood blossomed. How could a single killing saint block the attack of a group of tigers? The Black Emperor almost dug out his heart, and Yi Fan directly tore off his right arm. Killing Saint was dripping with blood, bloody and ruthless. Killing Saint. There was no suspense at all. With these experts moving at the same time, it would be harder for this person to escape than to ascend to the heavens. The final attack was unleashed. They turned Killing Saint into a bloody mist, and only his shattered primordial spirit was left for Qi Luo to explore. These 4 pieces of world stone will be the foundation for us to establish a small divine realm. Killing Saint put away his sorrow and revealed a look of joy. Hell and the human world were both destroyed. Their ancestral realms each produced a precious world stone, and they were stored here. Meanwhile, the dried-up primal chaotic divine earth was even more so a divine item of the small realm. It produced 2 world stones, and now, they were stored in the Bone Palace. Charge, there are many divine objects in the ancient palace. They can make up for our losses in this battle. Killing Saint Chi Luo said. The Black Emperor and Longma didn't say anything else. They ran crazily towards the palace, starting the craziest great looting in history, taking everything they saw. In the end, it was to the extent where even the beautiful assassins were accidentally sucked into the magical artifact space. Kill, at this moment, all of the sects went berserk. They didn't take action before, but now, they were like ferocious tigers descending the mountains, incomparably ferocious. The Holy Land's people all rushed towards the ancient palace, none of them willing to fall even half a step behind. The war chariots rumbled, crushing over the damaged Dao traces. The great army was endless, destroying ancient palaces one after another, signifying the destruction of the ancient divine dynasty. Men shouted and horses neighed. The Holy Land's reinforcements arrived. Savage beast mounts crossed the sky one after another, collapsing the heavenly dome as they swept over like a steel flood. There were actually saints among them. At the final juncture, when the treasures were being divided up, a few Holy Lands even moved out their trump cards, making heavenly villages people silently curse and furious. Ji family, Jade Pool, Wind Clan, Daoist, Zifu, Jianghu family, and other Holy Lands were also a bit indifferent. They were quite dissatisfied with these opportunistic ancient sections. This bone palace belongs to my 4 symbols Holy Land. An elder rode on a golden eyes blue-scaled beast, shouting loudly, bringing a group of experts as he approached. During the great battle, no traces of them could be seen, hiding at the very back. When the ancient divine dynasty's treasures were truly divided up, they charged at the very front, stopping the celestial court's people. Who are you all? Did you contribute during the great battle? Why didn't I see you just now? Old Blade Honcho asked. Our inheritance has been passed down for a long time, our name is 4 symbols Holy Land. This bone palace has the skulls of our ancestors, and today, we will welcome them back. The elder said. Naturally, my 9 heavens Holy Land can't be missed. On the other side, ancient war chariots drove over one after another, every single one of them mottled with rust, but terrifying battle aura lingered about them. They were all precious weapons. Another great sage arrived, wishing to divide up the treasures. During the great battle just now, it was unknown which corner he hid in, but he didn't charge at the front. What a joke. When you should have contributed, you were nowhere to be seen. At this type of critical juncture, you all rushed to the very front one after another, do you all not feel ashamed? An elder from Heavenly Village said. We came here with all our might. Forget about everything else, just the fact that our ancestors' dried bones are here already gives us the qualifications to enter. There is no need for your celestial court's remnant evildoers to say any more. If we carefully calculate it, you all should also receive punishment and be executed. An old woman from 9 heavens Holy Land said sinisterly. The 2 great ancient divine dynasties' inheritances had been passed down for endless years, not even saints making a mistake. The divine treasures they accumulated were simply immeasurable, no one able to imagine just how many there were. Perhaps they could instantly reconstruct 2 great sages' lands, making others' eyes go red. They rushed over to divide up the treasures naturally because of human greed. However, right now, they put a terrifying hat on Heavenly Village's people. This was going too far, their intentions deserving of death. Yi Fan stepped out, his brows furrowed as he glared over. There was only a single word from his mouth, saying, "Get lost." A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Yi Fan had traveled unhindered through the world for so many years, killing ancient princes, challenging the ancient kings, fighting bloody battles all the way until now, his reputation brilliant. These people's expressions immediately became sluggish. Even though they were furious, they still didn't dare become hostile. Yi Fan, your name has shaken the world, indeed able to suppress a region, but you still have to talk about reason. Why are you stopping us from occupying the Bone Palace? Aren't they the remnant evildoers of the Celestial Court? For Symbol's holy lands people questioned. They also belong to the Killer Divine Court, remnants that should be killed. Are we wrong? An old woman from Nine Heavens' holy land sneered. Hong. Yi Fan's body released endless light. Golden blood energy submerged this place, spreading outwards like a vast ocean. Pooh! Those in front of him coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, flying outwards. The elders' faces also became pale, backing up step by step. Do you want to court death? Yi Fan's expression was cold, his words extremely direct, not giving them any face at all. You want to commit a great crime? They cried out in a threatening manner. Yi Fan's expression was stern as he shouted loudly, the former celestial court has long since become smoke, broken through by the various holy lands, completely destroyed. The celestial court I founded is no longer some killer divine court. Splashing dirty water on my sect, bringing disaster upon us, these people deserve to be punished. His voice was like a blade, cutting into everyone's heart. Wherever his gaze swept past, these people retreated, not daring to look him straight in the eye. Yi Fan had the indestructible golden body, his blood energy exuberant, unparalleled in the world. He took a step forward, shaking these people until they coughed out blood one after another, almost collapsing on the spot. You, even if the celestial court isn't a remnant evildoer, what right do you have to stop us from entering the Bone Palace? The treasures of hell and the human world belong to the world, we naturally have a share. Although these people's faces were snow white and they couldn't help but retreat, they didn't give in. What a joke, where were you during the battle? Why didn't I see any trace of you? You all hid in the back, and when it came to dividing the treasures, you were more active than anyone else. Yi Fan swept his gaze over these holy lands, his expression incomparably cold and incomparably cold. Behind him, the Black Emperor, Longma, Dongfangyi, and the Sacred Prince, all of them coldly looked at him and pressed forward. Yi Fan continued, even now, the battle is still not over. Great Sage Wei Yi and the others have gone to the depths of the star domain to fight against the great enemy, and my disciples are also fighting against the enemies. What did you do, impatiently running here to divide the treasures? He shouted angrily, his expression extremely cold. In the distance, Yi Tong was fighting against the divine son of hell. Just as he had said in the past, he was fighting on behalf of his master, his old enemy. He had just severed his Tao, and in terms of absolute strength, he was no match for the divine son of hell. After all, this was a peerless genius cultivated by a divine court, and he had severed his Tao for many years. However, Yi Tong did not retreat. Even though his body was covered in blood and he was seriously injured, he still fought to sharpen himself. Of course, GZ and the others were paying close attention to prevent any accidents from happening. On the other side, Little K, Gu Lin, and Gu Fei were also fighting. The people of the Heavenly Village were fighting against the assassins. Meanwhile, the people of the Ji family, Z Mansion, Feng Clan, Jade Lake, Jianghu family, and the Dao One Holy Land did not stop. They were still fighting against the remaining assassins, cleaning up the mess. Have you fought before? Have you done anything? Have you shed even a drop of blood? What face do you have to come here to divide the treasures? You even have evil intentions, splashing dirty water on my celestial court. All of you, scram! Yi Fan said domineeringly, blocking everyone's path. These people's faces were snow white, and they could not say a word. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths as they retreated into the distance. Young man, stop before you go too far, don't be too overbearing. An aged voice came, shaking the heaven and earth, and the holy might filled the air. There is a word reason in this world, and if it doesn't work for some people, there is also the word kill. Yi Fan opposed